Good morning and welcome to the 2026-27 UNCLOUD Victorian Age Short Course Championships. It's session 5. So a beautiful Sunday morning. Thank you for joining us at MSAC. The first event on the schedule this morning is the girls' 12 to 14-year-old 400-metre individual medley. You can see already a full pool of swimmers and a beautiful start out of lane 5, Zoe Clemenson. What a meet she's having.
She certainly is. We have an absolutely stacked field in this one. These 400 individual medleys, they are timed finals this morning. So this is our top 10 seeded athletes swimming out of the first heat. And we also have a couple of different age groups who are racing in together for the medals in this one. So medals will be decided from the next 3 timed finals. Looking across this field, Zoe Clemenson, really great sprinter. Not surprising to see her out quickly. She won the 100 IM last night in a new state age and all-comers record, going a 1:03. That was a fantastic swim. She was just body lengths in front, which is so hard to do across the 100. If you also look at our lane 4 fastest seed, Mariella Simmons, she's come away so far this weekend with around 4 gold medals in individual events already, including some in the longer distance freestyle races. So expect her to have a strong second half.
Well, what was a full body length that Zoe Clemenson had on the field? Look out now for Lexi Tao in lane 6, the 12-year-old, so the youngest swimmer in this one, hailing out of Yarra Plenty Waves. She's making up a lot of ground with this backstroke. Still looks like she's just chipping away consistently as she's about to sneak the lead.
Yeah, I was having a little bit of a chat to Lexi last night after a 200-metre butterfly. She did such an impressive swim in that one, and this is the one she probably focuses almost a little bit more on. She was very keen, very excited, which you don't often see from our youngsters about a 400 IM. So to have that attitude coming into this morning, we knew that she was going to put together something special.
So here she goes. She'll be the first to touch the wall here, and thinking just the fact that she's 12 years old. There are 2 14-year-olds in this one, Miller Sade in lane 1 and Fiona Long in lane 7. So competing against swimmers who are almost 2 years older than her. Brilliant feat. She just does a quick peep over her right shoulder to make sure she's got a little bit of clearway. She's got half a body length now over Clemenson. What are we expecting out of this breaststroke leg?
Look, I don't think a lot of the girls in this field are going to be moving too much throughout the breaststroke. More of them, I think, will see the race in the freestyle from this particular group. Maybe a couple of the girls on the outside, a bit stronger through the breaststroke. And we'll be looking to see probably the second 50 where they really try to stamp that dominance. So consistent breaststroke. Zoe Clemenson, one that just holds that nice higher stroke rate. She'll be trying to just continue it, holding water. Some of the other girls along either side opting for that longer glide out in front, trying to utilize a little bit more efficiency. And we're just seeing the differences that those approaches are making now.
So Clemenson, she's well in front now, 2 body lengths over the rest of the field. But look at the move being made from lane 3 in Raina Schneider's from Geelong Swimming Club. She wasn't really in the picture for the first 50, 100, 150, but right now she slid into second. That glide, as you mentioned already, she's just really making the most of it.
Yeah, certainly. Raina, probably not renowned as a breaststroker, and this is a leg of this IM or a portion that she's really been working on, and you can see that that's doing her a lot of favours. She did move through the field a little bit in the backstroke, and the fact that she's had the ability to hold on here, as I said, this freestyle, it's starting to tighten up across 2, 3, 4 and 6. All that group behind Zoe Clemenson, and the race will be on for this final 100.
So Clemenson clear out in front by half a lap at the moment, but that race for second, look at it tightening up. So it's lanes 2, 3 and 5 who are really the chase pack at the moment. Schneider's the leader of those, but let's watch this touch. Not a lot in it now as they head into the second lap of their freestyle.
Yeah, keep an eye on Mariella. As we said, she is the gold medalist in the 4, the 8, the 15, the 200 free. So we know that this is going to be a really, really powerful last 50 for her. Raina, she's a fighter. She's going to be trying to hold on. They have the opportunity to breathe towards one another down this lap, which suggests they're going to be breathing away on that final 25, which just adds to the challenge and makes sure that these girls really push themselves.
Schneider and Simmons, both MLC swimmers, so they've gone head-to-head at trainings for however many years. Right now they're going head-to-head in this first heat, but it will be Zoe Clemenson touching the wall first in a time of 5:07.47. Mariella Simmons getting the second, 5:11.01. And in third, Raina Schneider's 5:11.69. The second of our girls' 12 to 14-year-old 400-metre individual medleys underway. So these girls, they'd be looking to break maybe the 5-minute mark as we saw in that previous heat, just times hovering around that 5. The quickest of the seed times belonging to Victoria Dang, 5:31.05.
Yeah, so a couple of these girls, obviously the same age groups that we saw in the last heat. We had a lot of 13-year-olds swimming in that top group of 4. Also, remember, we had Lexi Tao. She was the youngest in the field at just 12 years of age. And we have a couple more of those 12-year-olds coming through in this second heat. Keep an eye on lane 2, Amber Liu, and lane 6, Sophie Lee, as well as Lucy Jiong out in lane 8. So all of those girls are going to be challenging one another because we do separate our age groups in this one for the medals.
Well, it's a ripper start from Victoria Dang. As we mentioned, hails out of Melbourne Swim Club, the 13-year-old. She's had a ripping start in the butterfly, and we've seen it all weekend. If you can push out in the butterfly, really put that engine to work, puts you in a healthy position for the rest of the medley. But the touch on the wall, it belongs to lane 2 in Amber Liu. Cracking time of 1:13 flat.
Yeah, so Amber Liu, training partner of Lexi Tao, both of the girls same age and have similar strengths through the front half of this IM. The other girls will be looking to make up a lot more of the ground in the breaststroke, in particular this side of the pool. So lane 6, Sophie Lee, really, really good breaststroke expect to see from her. Victoria Dang probably used to be really known for her backstroke, so I would like to probably see her through the next 50 sort of shift gears a little bit and use that to her advantage.
So it's a clear contest for 1 and 2, but when we look at that third place, the pool really tightening up. Battles in lane 0 and 1, 5 and 6, 7 and 8, not too far behind. So you see the touch for the second 50 of the backstroke. And it's still motoring away. Victoria Dang lane 4, Amber Liu lane 2, sorry. So going stroke for stroke, just keeping an eye on each other as well. You can see a little bit of head movement, particularly from Amber Liu. Also trying to time her turn, such a technical part of the backstroke component.
Oh, absolutely. It's a real big challenge in these IMs because you want to utilise those skills, but you don't want to go into that oxygen deficit. So having the ability, especially at a young age, to be able to have a slight amount of breath hold but not overdo it is really what the girls are going to be looking for here, including on this backstroke to breaststroke turn, making sure you get plenty of oxygen coming into the wall so you can get a really solid split stroke coming off the wall.
We'll look at some of those turns now. It's a body length in front for Victoria Dang, but the rest of the chase pack, they're starting to make some moves. So nice swimming in lane 1, Scarlett Skidmore. She's being matched at the moment. Lane 5, Summer Liu making some ground up. Lane 6, Sophie Lee not too far behind.
And this is where, slightly different to what we saw in the previous heat, we have a lot more of those girls, those breaststroke specialists who have a whole 4 laps to really make up the ground. And across the breaststroke in these 400 IMs, we can see a lot of quick changes. As you can see, that lead set by Victoria has closed up quite substantially just through the first 50.
Look at that glide too from Summer Zhu. What is it technically that separates girls at this age group?
I mean, there's so many differences, particularly in breaststroke, because you want to play it to your strengths. You'll have some of these girls who are much better with the legs. They've got a strong, powerful kick. And those are the ones who will probably be going for that longer glide where they're using that kick power to just extend and be really efficient. If your kick isn't quite as strong, you're probably going to go for more of a higher stroke rate, that more almost butterfly rhythm where the hips coming up that bit higher each stroke, a speedier, snappier kick. And so you have to continue with that high rate. But it really just depends on where your individual strengths lie within your stroke.
Well, Summer Zhu, hasn't she got a few strengths that she's bringing to the pool? She's made up a considerable amount of distance. Now just half a body length, the lead of our race leader. But I'm seeing this lead dissipate. Lane 3, Eliza Cooling. She's doing a fantastic job sneaking into second. Still a sensational swim from Victoria Dang. She can hold off the chase pack. That lead, what was half a body length at the start of this 50, now stretching to 1 full body length. So it's still Victoria Dang. Eliza Cooling, though, what she got in this second 50 of the freestyle. So here we go. Victoria Dang enters her final 50. She's taking off now. Got a bit of pace in it. Eliza Cooling sitting in second. Chased on for third. Summer Zhu, she's still going hard at it, but the work being done in lane 2. Amber Liu, she's looking convincing here.
Yeah, you can just see the leaders. The biggest difference here is that kick, having the motor to bring them home and down this final 25. And that is exactly what we've seen from Victoria Dang throughout this entire 100 of freestyle.
So in a time of 5:23.44, Victoria Dang takes out this second women's heat. In second, Eliza Cooling, 5:27.47. And in third, Amber Liu, 5:30.17. The third of our time finals for this girls 12 to 14-year-old 400-metre individual medley. And we've talked about the different age groups. This is really a race for the 12-year-olds, 13-year-olds. We've got a 14-year-old in Estelle Carslake in lane 3. But right now, I'm liking the work of the outside lanes, lanes 8 and 9, doing some good things, but it is lane 4 with the lead, Xia Li.
Yeah, absolutely. We do know in these 400 IMs we have seen across the last couple of time finals this morning that lead swap and change a little bit throughout. And really, as you get to these younger age groups, quite a lot of these girls, we could see some really big drops from their entry times because they have that ability. They might not have raced this event as much across the season. Our short course season a little bit more condensed than the long course. So maybe they swam this once or potentially twice just to get their qualifying time, and they could be doing some really, really big drops. You also are going to know or expect that the swimmers in the outside lanes potentially have strengths like their butterfly, and they're going to go after it. They're going to go chasing it. They want to use that strength to the best of their ability and then work to hold on throughout the rest of this race.
Well, in lane 8, Sadie Van Solen, she had the fastest 50 split time for that first butterfly, first 50 from the butterfly. Now she drops to third, touching the wall 117.20. Her seed time into this one was 5:55.85. So whether she can make up some time, we'll have to see. Lane 4, Gilly, still leading the pack, the 12-year-old from Surrey Park.
Yeah, now Shia is one of those swimmers who we've seen across multiple finals, and she has picked up a couple of medals across the weekend. So we will see if she has that ability to maybe push some of the times from the faster heats earlier on this morning. She's taken it out pretty nicely here, and we'll expect to see her more dominant through the second half of this race as well. Sadie Van Swan, as you mentioned, she had such a strong butterfly. She does come in. We reseeded our timed finals this morning. We originally had 4, and she was coming out of that 4th one. She's been now promoted to the 3rd heat, so hopefully these girls might pull her along and drag her through, and she'll be one of those athletes we can see drop some beautiful amounts of time off her personal best.
People look out for lane 2 in Nikita Chu as well from Western Melbourne Propulsion. 13-year-old, she's put on a beautiful first 50 in the backstroke at the moment, just behind by our body length, but you look at the rate of her stroke, she's really hammering along.
Yeah, and this is another interesting factor in the IM. There's different approaches to the way you swim each leg. Usually, or the standard, I would probably say, especially for the younger athletes, is you want to have that higher stroke rate in your backstroke, that ability to lay off the legs and just use them almost as a balancing tool. They need to stay at the surface so they're not dragging along in the water, up nice and high, but you don't want to overdo it because we know breaststroke is that stroke that's going to use so much more leg power and is the more leg dominant stroke of the IM.
These athletes still getting to know their bodies and how much power they've got, how much endurance they have, and there's no better way to find out than in a 400-metre individual medley. That 1-2 battle, really nice from lanes 2 and 4, but maybe even lane 9's going to get the touch here. That's Isabel Thornbarrow. She has gotten the touch, a time of 3:29.08, so she was hanging on from the start. She was really up amongst it, but right now, leading by half a body length, she's putting together a beautiful breaststroke leg.
Yeah, she was almost that little sneaky outsider, and I'd barely seen her start to make the move through the breaststroke there, but she's swimming it really nicely. I'm liking the way she's completing the kick, so her feet are returning all the way back together. Sometimes in these longer races, that's where the skills start to fall off. As you fatigue, you're not quite finishing or executing everything to the best of your ability. And she's doing such a great job in this breaststroke. I just hope that she has that power to bring it home in the freestyle.
So after the first 50 of breaststroke, she was leading by 0.3 of a second. That has only grown now to 3 seconds itself. So massive work. Right now, though, we're hammering home in the freestyle. And what she's doing with this leg, Isabel Thornbarrow, she's doing a fantastic job. She's just got to hold on to this pace because, look at this, she's putting on a masterclass.
She certainly is, and she's almost doing it all by herself. By this point in the race, especially, she is breathing across to the other girls on that far side of the pool, but there is a large amount of distance between them. So, and the fact that she's now out in front, all she has is herself and the crowd. Make sure that they give her a bit of a cheer as she comes past. The coaches are certainly starting to pick up their voices and use them throughout this final 50 in our final heat of the 400 IM.
So breathing every second, she looks to the pool deck. Now, still breathing every second, but checking out the rest of the pool. She must see everyone swimming in the opposite direction and think, geez, I'm very, very clear here. As she is, Isabel Thornbarrow out of lane 9. The Furbank Aquastar has been a superstar in this final 12 to 14-year-old 400-metre individual medley. 5:27.12 her time. Ji second in 5:32.22. And Nikita Chu, 5:33.61. off and racing in our second event of the morning. That's the girls 17 to 18-year-old 100-metre butterfly. We're expecting to see some blistering pace as I bring in a blistering swimmer in her own right. T, good morning to you.
Morning. We're here at the 100 metres butterfly. Excited about this. Only 2 heats this morning.
Absolutely. We've got a lot of finals to look forward to this evening. We had a timed final before this event as well, but right now looking for a spot in that evening final. Jessica Whiting from Swimland in lane 5. Just look at the way she's coordinating that movement. Nice high hips. What are you seeing here, T?
Yeah, she's sitting up nice and high in the water. I would keep an eye on lane 6 though. Emerson, I've seen Emerson a few times, that name, because she's got a nice long length, but no, it looks like she's taken it away there, Sophie Jacks, as I've said that.
So a body length in front now, beautiful swimming. Again, lane 5, Jessica Whiting. Just look at this touch, a time of 1:02.66, beautiful start. Judy Hussein Aman, 1:03.53, and in third, Emerson Hogan, 1:05.26. So as we know, it's all about these times. All swimmers eager to find out where they sit, because they're going to keep a really close eye on this second heat.
Yeah, it's not going to take much to get into the final. A lot slower this morning, but that's to be expected.
It's been a long weekend. Of course, we started this meet on Friday, a morning and evening session. Saturday, a full day of racing, and a Sunday. So for a lot of these junior athletes, it's a massive weekend. But
yeah, and some first-timers as well, so big weekend for them.
Absolutely. To the second heat of our girls, 17 and 18-year-old 100-metre butterfly. And it's a ripping start from, well, really all swimmers. Lane 7 putting in some work, but the leader is Rhiannon Chen out of MLC Aquatic.
Yeah, and Nell there getting a really nice start there. She's working the underwater well and coming up first. Let's see if she can hold on.
So Nell Pete from Camberwell, the 18-year-old. We've got 3 18-year-olds in this heat. So it looks like that. First 18-year-old in Nell Pete leading the way, but it was actually the touch of Rhiannon Chen, a split of 29.61. Half the pool going with sub-30 splits in that first 50T.
That's nice. I think they might, if it was me, I'd probably pull back a little bit because I know I'm probably going to make that final tonight. So I think we're probably looking at a 101, 102 maybe.
Such a important part, the race strategy, and for a lot of these girls, this isn't their only race, so race conservation mode perhaps. You see some nice times now. Rhiannon Chen, she'll touch the wall in a time of 1:02.45. In second, Ava Candy, 1:03.18. And in third, Chloe Burke, 1:03.55.
Into the water now. We have our first heat of 3 in the 200-metre freestyle for our 16-year-old girls. Fastest qualifier coming into this morning's heats is Zali Snyders, swimming out of lane 4 from Caulfield. But taking us through that first 25 down in lane 8, Hannah Ristig had the quickest of the starts.
Oh, yeah, she's got a lovely underwater work there, looking very, very comfortable.
And I think that's kind of what we've seen across a lot of our heat swimming, particularly from our quicker qualifiers in these 200-metre events, coming in looking quite relaxed, maybe trying to set up the first 50 or the first 100 based on their race strategy for later on today. But then all they're really doing in the second half is controlling their speed and just getting themselves a place into the final.
Having said that, I'm just looking at Zali there, just absolutely kicking those feet so far. She's going to turn in a 58.87. That's a nice split.
Yeah, out under the minute, which you don't often see out of a heat. So you can see how quick that is based on the distance that she's separated herself from the field. The next 3 girls are going to be quite closely bunched up together. So they'll be looking to try and get their hand on the wall. Top 3 is pretty confidently going to maybe have a place in the top 10. But that 4th place spot can be a little bit iffy. It's not really the position you want to be in. You'd like to be fairly sure that you're going to have a chance at coming back and lacing this later on today.
Zali absolutely smashing it there, turning into 129. She said, see you later, everybody else. I'm out. I'm going home early.
Yeah, so as I sort of expected, she set up the race, and now you just see the legs have switched off, the body's switched off, breathing every two, taking it easy. She's secured that gap, she's secured the win, and she's going to confidently just swim home in this last lap and let the other girls catch up and chase her down.
Any reason for this tactic? Other than respect, like tonight, yeah.
A lot of it is because it's such a big program across the 3 days of racing. And quite a lot of these girls are going to have more than one event this morning. So the more energy you can conserve, the better off you're going to be in those later events.
And Zali touching first 207. Second there is Madison Brown, and third and a 2:10 Hannah Rustic. And we've got heat 2 now in the pool. And it's a great start there. Really quick start from Waylon Trong as well this evening. Who are you thinking, what timing are we think we're looking at today? The second heat.
The best part about being in the second heat is obviously you saw the times out of heat 1. So these girls are 16 years of age. They're going to know that pacing. They know what it takes to do times around that mark. And as we saw from Zali, she did switch off heaps in the final 50. So Waylon comes in second fastest seed time. She's only about half a second off Zali's entry time. And I think she's going to probably have a similar strategy. Take it out quick, get a little bit of a distance ahead of the field, and then just relax through when she knows that she's confidently going to take the heat win. The real racing is kind of occurring behind. Those girls who all have entry times around the 208, 209, 210 mark, they need to sort of push this one a little bit more.
All right, Waylon Trong turning in lane 4 on 1 minute flat there. Closely, 103 sitting there for the second time. I'm looking at some nice swimming here out in lane 8. Could Meg make a comeback there in the second half, or is that a big call?
It's never a big call, is it? Because we have seen it happen time and time again. I would expect to see probably a few more of these girls in the centre really pick up through the second half. Summer Morgan, a distance swimmer. She loves an open water. She also participates in a lot of the surf swimming, and you will see that through her technique. Has that little bit higher head position, higher breath position, and so you'd expect to see her probably have the legs through the second half. Ava was having a chat this morning about her approach to this race. Quite often she talks about the fact she takes it out a little bit hard. So she tried to hold back, and she'll be really trying to push through the second half a lot more.
I can promise you, it's actually almost harder to go slow sometimes.
100%, and I think that's the issue a lot of these athletes have with the 200. It has become more of a sprint, but you still have to keep the length, and that's a really hard balancing act.
And it's a beautiful swim, very easy swim in first place there from Waylon Trong, touching in a 206. 208 for Ava Thickens in second place, and third is Summer Morgan in a 209. And third and final heat this morning for the 200 freestyle for the 16-year-old girls. Who are you looking at today? Lucy Doyle in the middle there?
Yeah, probably going to take a bit of a look at Lucy Doyle. She looked really relaxed this morning coming into today's session. Big smile on her face always from Lucy, which we love to see. A happy, relaxed swimmer is probably going to be a swimmer that performs well, and she just looks comfortable. I really like her for this 200-metre distance as well. She'll take us through that first 50.
And we're going to turn in a 29, pretty close in there for fourth, Lucy and Peyton as well. The tricky thing is they've been pacing themselves, is you don't want to outpace yourself and not make the final. So very tricky. I think we're looking at least under a 209 to make the final. Should be doable for most of these girls, I think.
Yeah, 100%. I thought that initially around that 2:10 mark, if you can sneak under that, you'll be pretty confident going in. It can happen, though. We did see recently at Pan Pac, Summer McIntosh in the 400 freestyle just missed the timing, missed the final. And so it doesn't only happen at age group swimming, it happens all the way through to our elites. You can be a little bit more confident. I think a lot of these girls, in particular the likes of Lucy Doyle, who does swim the 4s, the 8s and the 15s as well, she's going to have a pretty direct idea of the time that she's doing or the time that she's swimming. And the other thing is we do have our coaches sort of lined along the pool. If the girls maybe aren't quite on track, you'll hear them get a lot louder.
I've been the recipient of that many, many times. Lucy Doyle's still out in front there on 1, 2, 3 for a 150 split. She's probably going to come in around the 2:05 mark, I think. That's probably a good guess, which will safely get into the finals. Who else do we think might sneak in tonight?
Well, I'm actually being impressed by the swim out of lane 5 from Peyton Wiley. She's kind of really come along this season and been more of a feature across our finals this weekend. Doing really well through the second half, though. Jamie Dibazati out of 6 probably comes in more as that 100-metre swimmer pushing up to the 200, but she's finishing this race really nicely here.
And Lucy Doyle will touch on a 2:05 there, a low 2:05 for first place. Second, Peyton Wiley, 2:07. And third, 2:08, Jamie Dibazati will sneak into the final.
On to event number 125 on the program. It's the girls' 15-year-old 100-metre backstroke. We have 4 heats in this morning's program. And it's a blistering start already from lane 4 in Kira Jeffs. Seeing Fong Sutton in lane 3, Jeffs lane 4, Sierra Kaufman lane 5. I feel like it's deja vu, and this is what we've been seeing all weekend from that trio.
That will happen because if you're a 100-metre swimmer, you'll do all the races as well. And plus at this age, you do what you can.
Absolutely. So much experience to gain here. And throughout the whole short course season, we know it's coming to an end here in Victoria, but making the most of it, of the experience. Kira Jeffs from MLC Aquatic, the 15-year-old. Beautiful work. That lead, stretching out to a body length.
And she's really good at the underwater work. It's really telling how much you've got left in the tank is how far you can really work that underwater work, and she seems really comfortable out there.
She was the only swimmer with a sub-31.50 split. What will she do through her second? 102.76 the time, so tracking along nicely. Sierra Kaufman in second, 103.99. And in third, Azia Fong Sutton, 104.83. So the second of our heats here in the girls 15-year-old 100-metre backstroke. And it's a battle in the inner lanes, lanes 4 and 5. Lucy Ma, Tiffany Meat, having sensational meets themselves.
Yeah, they certainly are. Lucy Ma, we know she's been a dominant performer across the last couple of years. Good to see her back racing again, and she's hasn't really gone easy this weekend, has she? She's certainly been a presence in so many of these races. Tiffany Miette, more of the skills person. You'll see her on the underwater, some really nice tight streamlines, good dolphin kicks, and very good skillswoman in these events.
Ma Miette recording sub 31.50 splits. Now Lucy Ma, she stretches that lead, so a nice body length ahead of Tiffany Miette. The rest of the field still in chase mode. Third spot at the moment, Adriana David, also another swimmer who's had a fantastic meet. But right now, all eyes are on Lucy Ma. Question is, what time will she do? We have 4 heat swims this morning. She does a time of 102.71. Tiffany Miette, 104.45. And in third, Adriana David, 106.61.
Heat 3 now at the 100 metres backstroke for the 15-year-old girls. I always get worried when I hear a whistle, but it's somewhere else.
You panic that rope's about to
Yes.
come down. Someone's done a false start. Not today.
Especially in backstroke. That's the worst one to have to come back and do that. Got a nice quick start here. I'm assuming Henrietta is the one to watch in this one.
Yeah, Henrietta, she is the pocket rocket from MLC. You'll see that nice high stroke rate. Taking us through the first 50, though, will be Megan Lee. She's gone out nicely, 31.0, almost sneaking into the 30-second mark. Interestingly enough, based on those first 2 heats, this is going to be quite a fast final to make. A lot of the girls actually dropped from their entry time, so we've seen a couple of personal bests. It will take around a 106, I believe, based on what we've seen in our previous 2 races.
And it's now Megan Lee really working that. She's really winding those arms up. Nice big kick there. Looking to, what's the body length ahead now? I think she'll touch in first on a 103.03, just about a 102. Second there, Henrietta won. Maybe she took it a little bit easier. And Yarrell Wang in 3.106. So, yeah, that's a tough final to make.
Underway for our 4th heat this morning in the 15-year-old girls 100-metre backstroke. 4 swimmers taking part in this one. So Amelia Hepburn, lane 3, Rebecca Barclay, lane 4, Chloe Hume, lane 5, and Miller Abley in lane 6.
Yeah, I kind of like these later heats. A couple of these girls I know aren't necessarily backstrokers, but this is their first event for the day, and they just kind of wanted to swim a race, maybe get a PB, have a nice swim, just one on the board ticked off before their main events are to come. All of them sit around that 111, 112, and they've gone through in a 34. So there is a chance with backstroke being an event where you can get as close to that first 50 time as any, because you don't actually get that dive advantage. I'd love to see if anyone could go close to breaking the 110 or around 110.
Well, Rebecca Barclay and Chloe Hume, lanes 4 and 5, they came in with identical seed times of 111.51. Right now, they're piecing together pretty similar swims, albeit it's Chloe Hume just a fraction out in front now. Starting to build some pace, though. She'll get a nice touch here. 109.68 for Chloe Hume. 109.90 for Rebecca Barclay. And in third, 111.89 for Amelia Hepburn.
Heat 1 of the mixed 12 to 18-year-old 100-metre breaststroke multi-class here. Heat 1 here, and this is going to be interesting. It'll be all over the place, I think, because it is a mixed ability, but it's interesting to see how everybody goes. Still important that they go their fastest, right, Hannah?
Well, absolutely. We've got a variety of classifications in this one. Cooper Harrington, an SB14 swimmer, same as Dane Hornsby in lane 8. But we also have an S15 swimmer in Phoenix Zhang lane 2. The rest of the field, SB19 swimmers. So given that we're splitting their age, there's different age, different gender, different classification as well. It's not necessarily about where each swimmer is tracking in relation to each other, but good thing to think about, just swimming your own race, which is true for every swimming race, but especially true for multi-class events.
You're talking to someone who loves having someone ride on them, but I understand it is. Doing an absolutely fantastic job out there is Miles Parfitt. He's touching well ahead. He's split in a 34-35. That's a great split. And I think he might be looking for a PB here.
He came in with a seed time of 112.01. So whether he's got eyes on that, understandably with these events, you're looking at the number of points you can achieve out of each. He's just got a lovely, really quick rate off that breaststroke and a time of 113.94 for Miles Parfitt. So just a little bit off that seed time.
He's going to touch in second there, Cooper Harrington, and not too far behind there, Grace Ryder as well. Lovely little breaststroke swimmer there, actually. Nice, tidy stroke.
Yeah, Grace has had a great weekend. We've seen her Friday, Saturday, Sunday. She's had a really good one. Adele York touching in fifth there, and Phoenix Zhang as well in fourth. So just about what kinds of times these swimmers are going to register here. Dane Horsby came in with a seed time of 1:48.34, so under that, great result.
And heat number 2 of mixability, 12 to 18-year-old 100 metres breaststroke there. Out in the middle lane with a fantastic start, we've got Ming Zipang as well, and he'll look to hit that board first. Tell me, what are these swimmers looking to achieve this morning?
Yeah, definitely trying to make themselves get a best spot as possible into tonight's finals. So later on today, they'll be racing for the medals, and they will be swimming against their age group. So we will divide them into the 12, 13-year-olds, the 14, 15s, and then the 16 to 18s, and they'll all have a final where they get to race against the other swimmers, their age group. And then we'll still be racing based on point scores for our medals, but it's all about getting yourself the best possible lane into the final tonight, as well as on top of that, having a hit out in the morning, seeing how quickly you can go. It's really good racing practice for a lot of these athletes coming into an age nationals and these short course events in particular, having the opportunity to swim in the morning and swim fast and then have to back it up later on in the day.
Yeah, I would assume that that's not an opportunity that happens often. Ming Zipang still out the front there and making a nice little run there. Patrick Sichi as well. Let's see who's going to touch first. That's a nice, easy, it looked like a very easy swim. I feel like Ming Zi's got much left for the evening. He's touching in at 1:25.86. Second there, Patrick Sichi, 1:29. And in third place, Meg Conhedi and a 1:32.29.
We just watch our final swimmers making their way under the flags now. One of the younger athletes in the field, Jaden Brooks, he comes down to touch in a 1:50. A nice 2-second PB for the morning.
Congratulations.
Underway in our third heat of the mixed 12 to 18-year-old 100-metre breaststroke multi-class. So for those who are new to multi-class swimming, do you want to give us a rundown on how this point system works?
Yeah, so the multi-class point system is a point system that is based off the world record for each individual classification. There are men's records and women's records, and then we compare the times set by these swimmers. And there's a very smart mathematical computer program that does those calculations. Definitely not me, but this spreadsheet and system will work out however close you get to that record is your points amount. Now, I've recently learned that the world record sits around 1,000 points. It isn't exactly 1,000 points, but it's somewhere around there. So the higher or the closer you get to around 1,000, the faster your swim, the higher points, the better off you've done.
Talia Marsh, thank you for that inside opinion. I'd love you to be inside the computer crunching all the numbers for us in live time, but alas, you can only be in one place at once, and we are happy to have you on the commentary deck, that's right. So lane 4, blistering swim here for Lockie Bellion out of Traralgon, the 18-year-old. Of course, we've got swimmers from the age of 12 to 18 in this one event, and Lockie Bellion, he's got a nice time, 1:18.43, so under that seed time of 1:19.49. Second here is Jessica McDermott, 1:25.13. Levi Jarrett touching third, 1:28 flat.
Yeah, some really great experienced athletes throughout our multi-class. Lockie Bellion, one of them. Boy, that kid loves to race. I just love how excited he gets about every event. I'm really keen to see what he'll come back and do later tonight in the final. A few of these outside swimmers, a little bit newer to the scene of our racing, particularly at States with our 12-year-olds, the youngest age group that we have on showcase for you, including Blake Warren, who's coming into the wall now. His time of 2:01.94, just outside of his personal best, but he's had a massive weekend of racing, so to come back and be that close, he could drop off time later on today as well.
Absolutely. So make sure you tune in those finals tonight, starting at 5 p.m. So it's a full day of action here. at the Horton pool. So we've got two pools of action this morning. What a thrill it is to have them both live streamed for you. So thank you for joining us. Going to head now to our girls' 14-year-old 100-metre freestyle. We've got 4 heats in this one. The fastest of the seed times belonging to Amelia Broughton in lane 4, 58 point... Oh, sorry, from lane 3 I take... No, sorry, I'm just going delusional. Amelia Broughton, 58.4, her seed time. So we're off and racing in this first of 4 heats.
It's a very quick start there from Sasha Rava as well. And this is what they're really important in the 100, a pet event of mine, really important that you get some nice quick turns, fast off the turns, and really take advantage of those.
So it's a nice little head-to-head battle, lanes 4, 5 and 6, Broughton, Bar and Went. See those somersaults, getting so much power here for Amelia Broughton, a time of 27.77 off that first 50 split.
Yeah, that's fantastic. And that's a huge advantage when you are swimming in the short course as well. I'm going to believe she's going to give another good turn out here. And I feel like she's going to just capitalise again on that. Yep, she takes out a body length ahead now.
Whether she's going into cruise control now, of course. We've got 4 heats, so everyone's still vying for a spot in finals. But you still have to conserve that energy. She does it in a time of 57.56. In second, Zara Barr, 59.2. And in third, Aria Wen, 1:00.48.
And heat here too for the 14-year-old 100-metre freestyle. It was a very quick first one and a very quick start. Lewin New under 0.38. That is one of the quickest starts I've ever seen. That's actually very close to too quick, almost.
Yeah, anything around that 0.4 is probably what we expect to see. It's like almost a perfect reaction time. So a good one from her, but a really great first 50 out of lane 5. Hannah Dye, she'll go through 28.18. Pretty similar front end speed to we saw from the first heat with Amelia Broughton, 27.77. But not far off the pace set out of heat 1.
And she's going to go in first of the turn there again, Hannah Dye. A busy swimming family, if I'm not mistaken. But it's been a great turn there from Jemana, and she's caught up a little bit, but going into the start there, going into number 1 there in first and 5 at 58.37, a little bit slower. Second, Jemana under 58.79, and third, which may be all the difference, 1 minute, 41. Those split seconds are going to be really important.
All right, so here's our second heat. Our girls' 14-year-old 100-metre freestyle. It's a blistering start from the inner lanes. Lane 5, I think, will get the touch in Abby Mesher.
Yeah, now what a meet Abby has had. She's such a great butterflyer, and coming into these freestyle events, you'll be able to see her using those butterfly skills on the underwater. Some really solid kicks off the wall, gets away, power, 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 and a racing through the breakout.
So she's the only swimmer doing sub 28 in that first 50, and doesn't she continue to power along? Beautiful swimming from Abby Mesher, but not too far behind now. Lucy Dolan looking to catch up, just riding her hip there, not too far behind her, Ariel Cole and Ada Zhuang. But right now, it's still Abby Mesher's race. All eyes are going to be on the time that she clocks here. 57.56 was Amelia Broughton's time in the first heat. She does it in 57.97. Lucy Dolan, 58.59. And in third, it'll be Ada Zhuang, 59.77. And to the fourth of our four 14-year-old girls, 100-metre freestyle. 4 swimmers in this one: Jessica Campbell, lane 3, Gabriella Tan, lane 4, Athalie Marshall, lane 5, and Claire Baker in lane 6.
Yeah, this is our first of our unseeded heats this morning, but it doesn't mean that no one's not out here giving it their all, because they might not get that night swim and trying to chase down a PB. Also, you always have sometimes those outliers as well who haven't put in their best time.
Or they might have just had a season that means that they haven't had the times, or that they haven't been swimming in different ways. Who knows with this age group, 14-year-old girls, they've got a lot on their plate.
They do.
But right now, geez, she's putting a lot in the pool. Lane 5, Athalie Marshall out of Ivanhoe Swim.
And 30-second splits on the 50 from 3 of the swimmers is nothing to be laughed. That's actually a pretty good effort there. Let's just see what they can bring at home at. Looking, it's like it's all going to be Athalie.
So Athalie Marshall, here she goes, touching the wall in a time of 103.55 in second. Jessica Campbell, 104 flat, and Gabriella Tan, 104.46.
And the first heat this morning for 13-year-old girls, 200-metre breaststroke here. We've got some fantastic, fastest seated swimmer, Annabella Kim in lane 4. I'm assuming this is one of many events for Annabella.
Yeah, she's such a great breaststroker. She's had a good weekend. Having the 200 on day 3, that's a bit of a tough ask. It is one of the more challenging swims across the weekend, especially short course 200 breaststroke. It's even heavier on the legs because you have to be so explosive and really utilise those turns and underwaters.
If you're not familiar with breaststroke, there are so many different strokes you can have. And I'm looking at lane 6, Summer. Really high stroke. Can look inefficient, but it's all the work underwater where they really are doing all the effort, and a really strong kick.
Yeah, definitely. You'll notice, she does come up quite high on that breath. But what she's really trying to accomplish is getting over the water, so she's not pulling her body through. She wants as much of it out to come across the surface, almost like a dolphin would swim over and through the waves at the top of the pool. A few of our more traditional style of breaststrokers sit quite a little bit lower, and you'll see more of that from the 2 girls in the centre. Their heads don't quite come up as high, but you will still see the chests rising, so they have that undulation, the ability to come out, go over, and then extend through the glide.
And those 2 girls out in front, Summer Zoe's just turned in a 117, Annabelle Kim in a 118, still pretty close there, and a little bit behind, but still giving a great effort there. We've had Chelsea Zhang in the 120. Who here is the stronger? Who here has another event of this a breaststroke that's a bit stronger?
Out of this field, I think what is interesting to note is Summer just had the 400 IM. So we know that she's more of the distance swimmer. You'd expect her to still hold on to the speed throughout the second half of this race. Annabella, though, more of the breaststroke specialist. So she, I think, has just actually sat back. I think she does have quite a bit more front-end speed in her that we will see come through later tonight. Because as you'll see, her technique almost looks completely different as we've hit this final 50. She's picked up that stroke rate. It's almost like her race started off that wall.
Absolutely. And when you do have to come back in the evening, you comfortably think you're going to make the final. That is sometimes how you can race the race. But we've been talking before, 200s can really go either way if you don't pace them right. But she looks very comfortable out ahead and just taking the lead now by a good body length.
Yeah, she certainly does. I think this has been a pretty easy swim for her. It's going to be a few seconds over her personal best there, touching the wall in a 2:41.48. Summer Zhu finishes 2:43.24. And then Chelsea Zhang holds on into that 3rd place spot on the wall. So we will keep an eye on 3rd and 4th place times, 2:50 and 2:53. My expectation from the heats coming up is around that 2:50 mark will probably be what we see going into the final. I know there's a few more girls in the next couple of heats who are probably going to push that time. They're going to push a little bit harder in this morning's session.
The second of our 3 heats underway for this girl's 13-year-old 200-metre breaststroke. So the time to beat Annabella Kim from lane 4 of the previous race, 2:41.48 her time. Right now it's the battle in lanes 4 and 5 between Angelina Shang and Erin Paris.
Yeah, Erin Paris has picked up a couple of medals across the last 2 nights, one of them being in the 200 IM, and you just saw the breaststroke leg of that swim was really the differentiating factor for her. She just sat back, bided her time, and then shot through that breaststroke 50. So expect her to have the legs through the second half. Angelina Shang, she has been impressive to me across the weekend as well. She's always so bubbly and bright and happy, and she's one of those athletes who you just love to see race because she almost flips the switch, and she's just really, really competitive in the water. It's like 2 separate beings.
And I think for these 13-year-olds, as they get used to that racing environment, they have to get used to being able to flip that switch. Meanwhile, we have a stray cap in lane 9, so unlucky coming off the head. I don't know whose cap it is, actually. Oh, no, we do see it's Daisy Gilliam Rodder, the 13-year-old. Lost her cap, but she endeavours on.
This is what the girls train for. We know things like this can happen. We've seen elite athletes lose goggles, lose caps, had bathers break. So many different things can happen in racing. And the commitment of our athletes, they're just going to keep going. I think their coaches just drill it into them no matter what happens. You will push and you will work. You've done the work coming into these races, so why let something like that hold you back? And a lot of the time it actually pushes the athletes a little bit more. They think that something's gone wrong, so they work harder, and quite often you'll still see them do a personal best.
Well, the good news is Funky Trucks and Funkita are proud sponsors of Swim Victoria for the last 9 years, so they've got a pop-up shop here that she can visit, and also Swim Merch, the official merchandise partner. I'm sure they can help her out. They've got a pop-up shop upstairs as well, so a lot of backups involved for the whole weekend. And, of course, if you're a fan, you can pretend to be just like Daisy Gilliam Rodder and get a matching cap at the shop.
Absolutely. Don't forget to pack your spares. As we take a look at our leader, Angelina Shang, she has just rocketed through the last 75 metres here and extended that lead quite nicely. Really good consistency of stroke from her. Going to be pretty similar to what we saw out of that first heat. Touching the wall, 241.11. Erin Paris sits in second, 246.40. And Adeline Hartley, 248.65. We push out to fourth place, 252.14. So still looking around that 250 to be safely in. And anyone just over that is going to be hovering around between that 8th to 12th mark.
Into the third of our 3 13-year-old girls 200-metre breaststroke heats. A spot in tonight's final on the line. But right now, making some pace, Mika Chow from lane 4.
So don't talk to me about losing caps. It happened to me, and then it was, I had to totally change the way I put my cap on after that happened a couple of times.
What was the new method you went with?
I think I was double capping, actually, back in the day, and then sandwiching the things in between, or
Okay.
You've got to work it out.
Might have to set up a one-on-one with you and Daisy Gilliam Rodder just to get the technique down pat. But talk about the technique in the pool right now for Mika Chow. She stretched that lead to 1 body length ahead of her neighbour in Junqing Cao, the R&D and Ballarat Gold swimmers, just pedaling nicely from the middle of the pool.
Yeah, and breaststroke's a really interesting stroke, Hannah. It doesn't really matter necessarily what size you are. You can be really tall. I had a swim with a friend who was 6'4", who main stroke was swam for Germany, and you can be 5 foot nothing. So it's a great stroke for any body type.
And for young swimmers who are trying to find their feet in breaststroke, what's the first element that you can look at? Because it often feels overwhelming. You've got the arms to coordinate, you've got the legs, you've got to snap your feet together. Where do you think young athletes can start as a point of improvement?
Underwater work is so key in breaststroke, and I think especially you can gain so much even from the pullouts. It's one of the ones that, people actually do push it out to the 15-metre mark as well as best you can, and there's tricks and tips and techniques that you've got to be very careful about that can get you that extra length there. I'm old enough to know when they brought in the butterfly kick. That's how long ago it was. I was old enough to know. We weren't used to allowed to do that actually. So it's a great technical stroke, but underwater work's really key.
Real Auntie T areas. Back in my day, these young kids have it so easy.
Ledges on the backstroke. I'll say it again. Backstroke starts with ledges. Never saw it.
Well, snapping into 2026. These swimmers say, we don't care, Auntie T. Mika Chow just keeps on chowing down from lane 4. What was a 1 body length advantage has now turned into 3 ahead of Junqing Cao out of lane 5. Not too far behind her, Audrey Marchant putting on the pace in lane 3 and lane 2 narrowly behind Scarlett Skidmore from Wodonga City. As we look to Mika Chow, that time that she'll post, 2:42.02. So a neat time in second here. Junqing Cao, 2:46.35. And the touch in third will come from lane 3, Audrey Marchant, 2:51.26.
We've got heat 1. First heat of 3 for the 12-year-old girls, 200-metre breaststroke here.
So we just saw our 13-year-old girls, and we moved down an age group. Same event, the 208 grueling laps here. Taking us through in the first 50 is our fastest seed time swimmer, Sophie Lee from Kangaroo Flat. She's done some big personal bests across this weekend, a nice drop in the 100. So I'm keen to see what she can do here in the 200. I really like her stroke for the 200. She holds that glide really well.
I was just about to say, I really like her stroke. It is, like you say, the glide is really good. It is efficient. And I hope the breathing is probably pretty good in there. Nice rhythm. It's something that you learn as you do your breaststroke as well. But I think that is another key, as Hannah was bringing back, having that rhythm and glide. It does. It takes you so far in breaststroke.
I think breaststroke is like building a house. You really have to do it step by step, layer by layer. You can't put the roof on first. And I think, if you sort of do it like that, nail this part, nail that part, eventually you can put it all together with the finishing touches.
And that's why you see such different techniques. It doesn't work. It's not one fits all here. It's not one of those builder houses called. It's not one of those. You've got to find your own foundations, like you say. And turning there at the 100-metre mark at a 1:21. Sophie Lee still out in front. Lin Lang Huang, second place there. And Danica Grant in third. All very close for second and third there.
Yeah, we're definitely seeing those entry times. They were just over 3 minutes for quite a lot of those girls, so I'd love to see them break that 3-minute barrier. I know it's such a good feeling when you are a youngster. You hit those target times. If you look up on the board and see the 2 instead of the 3 to begin with, that's always a nice little start to the day. And all 3 of those girls still in that beautiful line behind Sophie Lee.
So it's going to come down to the touch as well, I think. If they stay that close, it's always a tough one, whether you're on the half stroke or the full stroke with breaststroke. So you've really got to time it. That has been really the difference between winning and losing.
Oh, it's huge. It makes such a difference. And it's one of those things that it is challenging to actually teach someone, because it's all about knowing where you are and your stroke length. So that it's kind of the onus of the athlete. They have to know at the flags whether they need to change. Is their head hitting the flags exactly? Are they slightly in front, which means they need to do a quicker stroke now so they can get on the wall in a full stroke finish?
You really want to be right. Two hands to the wall, none of the half strokes. And here, about to touch in first with a great little time. Sophie Lee, 250. Second will be very close. Second, Danica Grant, 255.53, and Leona Zhu, and 254. Everybody top 4 under the 3 minutes.
Beautiful. That's exactly what we want to see, and that's what it's going to take to make the final.
The second of our 3 12-year-old girls 200-metre breaststroke heats underway now. And it's a compelling start out of lane 4. Catherine Yim from Nana Aqua. 12-year-old came in with a seed time of 2:52.9.
Yeah, what you guys were talking about just before, those underwaters, particularly off the start, made a huge difference for Catherine. She just held the glide really well when she hit the water. Used that dolphin kick to extend the lead, and she had it early, and she's holding it through the first 50.
It feels like she's getting out of the water higher than everyone else. Just a really long torso. It's just popping out, as you can see.
Yeah, definitely a little bit of a difference in those techniques between Catherine and, in particular, probably on the outside of her there, Florence White. Florence really works on that drive at the front of her stroke, so she's trying to optimize her kick by getting that extension in the timing with the kick, and you can just see the force that she's almost trying to throw her body forward. Catherine, on the other hand, a little bit softer with the throw, but probably better on the kick. You just see she gets that little bit more length there.
Well, that length is working well for her as she goes to the 100 split, a time of 1:20.31. Nice body length in front of Florence White in lane 3. The rest of the pack, they're not too far behind. The chase from lanes 5, 6 and 7, Doe, Griffith, Jones and Wood, tightening up now.
Yeah, we're seeing very similar to what we had out of that first heat. Those minor placings within here are becoming so close together. So once again, another one that's going to be a challenging final to make, particularly for those outside lanes. But you know that we can get medalists from any lane. If you've got a lane, you've got a chance. So these girls really need to push through on the final 50 if they want to secure themselves a place there.
So lane 2 in Misha Araneta Tambra out of Caulfield. She's doing a good job through this third 50 just to move up into the pack now. So it's a clear one out in front for Catherine Yim. But that second, third and fourth, nice little bunch through the mid.
Yeah, it's even closing up again. You know, we saw Misha start to really push right up alongside, but that only challenged the other girls a little bit more. It's like they saw her coming and tried to lift their stroke rates again. Hard balance in the last 50 because you want your rate to go up, but you don't want to actually shorten that length, and that can be where the difficulties lie in breaststroke.
So the fastest seed time from the first heat was 2:51.6. Catherine Yim goes 2:49.37. Nice swim from lane 4. Meanwhile, second, Misha Araneta Tambra, 2:56.01, sneaks into second. And Maylan Doe, 2:56.20. To the third of our 3 12-year-old girls 200-metre breaststroke heats, a spot in tonight's final on the line, and you can sense the hunger from Alyssa Kotsopoulos from lane 4. The Doncaster swimmer. She's had a great meet so far. She's hungry for this one.
She is, but you cannot go out too fast. What you want to do in that first 50, you want to set a nice, good pace, settle into it, and then really bring it home. I always call the third 50 the championship quarter, which you'll be familiar with.
Yeah, very much a footballer's term, but applicable in so many sports, and definitely true for a 200-metre distance. You want to build each and every 50, but right now that first 50 was won by lane 0 in Sadia Zhao, a time of 38.32. That was her split. Lanes 4 and 5 going head-to-head here. You can see that nice contest. I don't know whether they know about Sadia Zhao in lane 0 leading the way. She's that far away, but I'm sure these swimmers would keep eyes on every lane.
Well, it's actually not that easy in breaststroke. That is one of the things. The way you get a look over and what's happening is when you do the turn, but then you can look to be slower on the turn. So it can be really your own race, breaststroke.
Well, Sadia Zhao, she'll keep hammering along in lane 0, but the touch of the second 50 will belong to Chanuli Mungasing in lane 5. So beautiful work, a split of 1:21.81 off the 100. And now just motoring past the rest of the competition. Still that battle in 0 and 5.
Yeah, she's swimming amazingly. Especially for a 12-year-old girl, that's just a really strong stroke there. I'm very impressed with her. Zadie over there still keeping up. She'll have to be pushing herself along to stay in it, but real possibility here. It's a great swim.
So still Trinuli out in front, but that chase for second. Now the move's being made by Alyssa Kotsopoulos. She was hanging in there from the start. Fading away now, Sadia Zhao. So that chase pack still very much alive. Let's check out the splits off that 150. So 207.07. Chanuli Mungasing still moving ahead of the rest of the crew. Nunawading swimmer, as we mentioned.
Yeah, I can just see Chanuli's just starting to pick up the pace a little bit, swing the arms. Really tidy stroke there from Melissa. I'm a big fan of the sneaky little strokes there. I think that's how I used to swim it as well.
Well, it's hard to know the right rate, especially timing those turns. So many technical elements to the breaststroke.
Really?
But right now, she's not thinking about technique. She's just thinking about getting to the wall. Final 10 metres to come for Chanuli Mungasing. The 12-year-old came in with a seed time of 2:56.85. Touches the wall in 2:53.39 in second, Sadia Zhao, 2:55.16. And in third, Elena Wang, 2:55.38.
Our first heat for the 17 to 18-year-old 200 metres freestyle here. This is going to be a fast one. Only 2 heats this morning, though.
Yeah, 17, 18, obviously a lot of these athletes in their later years at school. We are coming into those final few weeks. So I know a few of the athletes have chosen to focus more on their studies with the year 12 exams not too far away this season, which does mean we have a more condensed age group, but it certainly hasn't meant that we've had a slower age group. A lot of our top-level athletes are still here competing. It just makes for a little bit more of an interesting heat session when you only have 2 heats, and we are missing a couple of those swimmers. So just 5 out of the first heat and 6 out of the 7. So 1 athlete is going to miss out.
So you might want to take this one a little bit easier, but still, it's really good. I wouldn't say training, but it's very good for giving yourself a chance to see where you're sitting at and what you might need to do tonight. Turning in first, though, in a 59.03, Arabella Tomlinson. And a 1 minute even split, Gabriella King. All pretty fast, but that is, it is pretty much Arabella out in front there with no Sophie Jacko to push her along next door there.
So Arabella probably is more of that middle distance specialist into this 200-metre event. Gabrielle King down in lane 6, she broke the record in the 50-metre freestyle on night 1. She went so close to breaking the 100 as well last night. So we knew that she's going to have front-end speed. I think she'll utilise that more later on today. But as you were saying, we really do like to see sometimes these girls really push the heat, because when you're 17 and 18, you're going to be more oftenly racing in open events, and there's no holding back there. When you get to that higher level, you have to push the heat.
And this is your last chance to really do that, so take advantage of it while you can. We're coming into our last 10 metres here as well. It's been Arabella's race the whole way. She's going to touch in at a nice 2:03.88. Second will go to... Let's see, second will go to Gabriella, 2:08, and a third there, close touches, 2:11 to Emerson Hogan. It's not going to take too much to make this final tonight.
The second of our 2 prelim swims for these girls, 17 and 18-year-old 200-metre freestyle. So 2:03.88, the time to beat from that first heat.
Yeah, if you want to secure lane 4, the centre of the pool, where the sun shines the most, the golden lanes, 2:03.88 has been the standard set by Arabella Tomlinson. If you want to score a position into this final, pretty much under 2:12 is going to get you there. So, as we mentioned, probably only one person going to miss out this morning, unfortunately. It's going to have to be someone, so these girls are going to need to push down under that 2:12 mark.
So 4 of the swimmers in this one with seed times under 2:12. So looking at those inner lanes who are having a nice contest at the moment. Dead blanket across lanes 3, 4 and 5. That's Matheson, Candy and Brand.
Yeah, so these girls probably using this as a bit of a tactic, maybe sticking together for as much of this race as possible. The question is, will we see like a last-minute sprint to the wall, maybe someone just trying to push potentially that last 15, 10 metres? Sometimes the best spot to really push it is off the final wall. Maybe surprise everyone with a few extra dolphin kicks, just get that little advantage on the breakout.
So all doing 101s for that first 100, sticking within a second of each other. Lanes 3, 4 and 5. Still hanging on though, lane 2 in Charlotte Rissig. Not too far behind lane 7, Yuzi Lu. But it's still that inner 3. And it's not like they've come into this with the strategy or having spoken to each other. They all represent different clubs. Claire Matheson out of Ballarat Gold, Ava Candy out of Ballarat, Madison Brand out of Vic Centre. The 2 athletes who do swim together, 2 Vic Centre athletes in Madison Brand and Frances Beville in lanes 5 and 6.
Yeah, an interesting field, a little bit of country versus city going on out the front now with lanes 4 and 5 just taking off to be expected down the final 10 metres. Looks like Ava Candy will get there first. She does it in a 2:07.34. So a little bit off the pace from Arabella, but she'll be sitting around that second place spot. And then Madison Brand in a 2:07.73. Claire Matheson touched onto the wall. A little bit cruisier in that final lap there, 2:09 for her.
Moving on to event 138 on this morning's schedule. The girls' 15-year-old 100-metre individual medley. We've got 5 heats, so everyone vying for a spot in tonight's final. No semis here, we just get straight to business.
And this is my pet event. I always say, Hannah, if it was still an Olympic event, I'd still be swimming.
I'll tell you, well, we're almost grateful that didn't happen, so you can be in the commentary booth with us and looking at the techniques of these swimmers. Lane 4 will get the touch here. That's Lucy Ma. She's been a name we've called all weekend. She's always been at the front of the pack. Another sensational start for her. So
unlike any of the other medleys, it's just a sprint. It's 4 sprints back together. You just got to go as fast as you can and as best technique as you can. So this one's my favourite.
Lucy Ma starting to separate herself from the field in the first 25 of this breaststroke. 1 body length now, stretching into 1.5. Make that 2. Narrow fight in 3 and 5. That's between Graves and Johnson. Looking to hang on. Can they find the feet of Lucy Ma? But just the split she's recording, 104.64 her time, Lucy Ma. In second, Arabella Johnson, 106.97. And in third, Macy Graves, 107.39.
Heat 2 of the 100 metres IM 15-year-olds. It was a pretty easy start for the first heat there. So, and Kara Jeffs heard her name a bit this weekend as well.
Yeah, quite a lot of those repeat offenders, the ones that love to be in all the action, and they certainly do a great job of it. Having that ability to have strength across all of the different and the individual strokes, this is the event for you, basically. If you love short course, if you love sprinting, 25 metres of each stroke. It's really with the splash and dash of the short course season. It's so much fun, and I don't think anyone wants to miss out on swimming this race as well.
It's absolutely fun, and you just throw everything at the wall pretty much when it comes to 100 AM. Quite easily out in front there, Kara Jeffs is still holding the breaststroke lead, but just making a play now is in lane 5, Lucy Reid. She'll turn first.
Yeah, so it's the two girls from MLC, side by side, stroke for stroke. Kira will have a little bit of a push down the final 25, but Lucy, that move in the breaststroke is going to hold her. They hit the wall almost together, 0.1 in it. Kira sneaks the hand on first, 106.0. Lucy Reid, 106.1, and then third will go to Megan Lee, 107.3.
Underway in Heat 3 of this girls' 15-year-old 100-metre individual medley. Strong start from the middle lanes. Sarah Kaufman and Adriana David, they've been next to each other for a large portion of this weekend, so they'll know how to race head-to-head. But right now, even lane 6 still hanging in this one of Sophia Beaton.
Yeah, I really actually enjoyed the underwater from Mary Steele out in lane 7. Coming into this backstroke, she certainly attacked it, really used a lot of the 15 metres, which is good to see from our 15-year-olds. But once again, the middle of the pool, that seems to be where a lot of the racing has really occurred. The two centre lanes going stroke for stroke in most of our events this morning. Sarah Kaufman, she's actually kind of been one of those sneaky swimmers who has been hovering around in finals over the last few years and has just been dominant across the weekend. We've seen her pop up, steal a few more medals, and she's really, really improved over the last 12 months.
Oh, she's showing that she wants a spot in the final. A time of 106.62 for Sierra Kaufman. Adriana David, 107.56. And in third, Sophia Beaton, 108.50. The fourth of our 5 15-year-old girls 100-metre individual medley heats. So nice work being done by 8 lanes of this one. Lane 2 might even get the touch off the butterfly. That's Ella Webber from Furbank.
We're unseeded at the moment, so it's anyone's game here. Who could take this one out? So good opportunity to get a PB. Beautiful backstroke down here coming in from Vivian Van in lane 8. Very sitting up nice and high on the water.
So after the first 50, a nice touch from Lexi Freestone leading the way, 31.68. Not too far behind is lane 8 in Vivian Van. So it's really the full span of the pool hot into this contest. It's a hard one to swim. You're just burning through all stages of this race. One lap of each stroke. Doesn't get more exciting than this in short course swimming. So getting the touch now. Still that contest in 1 and 8. Lexi Freestone, Vivian Van.
Vivian just has to hang on here, but she's got a pretty quick freestyle, so she might. It looks like Lexi is slowing down over there as well.
She was almost a second behind, and now she stays in third. Vivian Van, time of 1:11.1. In second, Eve Waddell, 1:11 flat. And taking that heat out, Lexi Freestone, 1:09.96.
And we're in a fifth and final heat for the 15-year-old girls, 100 metres individual medley. And again, always a quick start there from Talia there. Great start in the butterfly. Now, we talk about 100 AM being a really fun event. If you are looking to get involved in swimming and you're not quite ready for the competitive length yet, Fun Swim is Swimming Victoria's fun, low-pressured introduction to racing for swimmers aged 7 to 12. Contact Swimming Victoria to get your club involved.
And we do love to see more and more of our athletes just enjoying the sport, particularly in our youngsters. So every time you race, you know, you want to be having a good time, and we've certainly had a good time across the weekend here at our 26-27 Victorian State Age Short Course Championships. After this morning, we've got one final session remaining, and all of our athletes today looking to secure themselves a spot into those finals tonight. The girls out of this fifth heat, though, they have raced this one to perfection. Great timing through from Maggie Zhang. She just moved across the field and just powering down this final lap after a nice underwater to take out heat 5. 1:11.33 for her. Natalie Lim in second, 1:12.28. And then Thalia into third place spot, 1:12.53.
Moving on to event 141 on the schedule. It's the mixed 12 to 18-year-old 100-metre individual medley multi-class event. So we have swimmers from lots of different classifications. This heat, though, mostly SM14 and SM19 swimmers.
Yeah, it certainly is. What I do love about the way we race our multi-class across these state age championships is the fact that we mix everyone together, males and females, which gives these athletes the opportunity to race more swimmers at similar speeds to them. We know there can be quite a difference between our classifications and the speeds they're capable of racing. So to put them all together and have that ability to have someone right next to you pushing you along just makes all the difference, especially in these sprint events where they want to race. Everyone wants to race.
Absolutely, and what a race we're seeing from Miles Parker in the middle. He says, you know what, I'll take off and do it myself, as he's been doing for the majority of the weekend. The Northcote swimmer, 17-year-old, blistering pace. But you're right about the pairings. You can see lanes 1 and 2 doing really close swimming there from Warrnambool and Geelong in Amy Bale and Brianna Binns.
Yeah, and those girls are actually the same classification as well as being in the same age group. So they will be side by side once again into the finals tonight for another opportunity to race. But we'll take a look at the times onto the wall. Miles Parfit, 1:09.09. So just outside his entry time. Again, he's been so close all morning. We'll be looking to see if he could do a drop later on today. And then we take a look down into lane 9. Zoe Cox, she came in at a 1:33, also a little bit over, but it's a big weekend of racing, so go home, recover during the break, and come back firing.
Second heat of our 4 mixed 12 to 18-year-old 100-metre individual medley multi-class swims. Leading the way out of lane 4, Lockie Bellion from Traralgon.
He's got a brilliant swim. And so really important in the 100 IM here, Hannah, is those turns and how I was asking before, Talia, how are they checking the turns? I, of course, just realised Hawkeye is doing all of that. Swimming Victoria is one of the first organisations in the world to use Hawkeye at a swimming event. And so when you very carefully, you used to get disqualified a lot. We're doing your backstroke to breaststroke turn. If you turn too much, if you're over, you're disqualified. So amazingly here, they've got that technology.
Yeah, the first in the world, Swimming Victoria. So really leading the way. We love having all the technology and all the bells and whistles here at the 2026-27 UNCLOUD Victorian Age Short Course Championships. And it's still Lockie Bellion in lane 4 leading the way. Not too far behind now, Cooper Harrington from Yarra Plenty. Nice little 1-2 swim for them. In third, Levi Jarrett from SGB. He's a 14-year-old in this event. So we've got swimmers all the way age 13. Abby Claren in lane 8. All the way to 18-year-old Lockie Bellion, who touches the wall in a time of 1:11.17. Tidy swim for him. Cooper Harrington 1:12.61. And in third, Levi Jarrett 1:18.26. The rest of the field starts flooding in. We know that tonight's final might be grouped by gender, might be grouped by age. So we look forward to seeing how these times pan out. The time for Scarlett Morgan touching the wall in 1:35.63.
And our third of 4 heats here for the mixed 12 to 18 100-metre medley. That other whistle, you can't hear it at home, but it is freaking me out still. I'm being triggered. Touching in first there with a tidy little butterfly leg there is Eli Kerr, who is 15 years old. Well done.
Only 15 years of age, Eli. It does sometimes feel like he's a little bit older. He has been one of our team representatives doing incredible things from age group through to our national stage over the last few years, picking himself up a couple of age national medals. So I always tell him he needs to make sure he gets the extra luggage to go home with.
So you need that weight, that baggage allowance. He's going to stay ahead in the lead. Coming in second, I have a great swim over there, Grace Ryder. So third now, but she's pulled up in the breaststroke to touch in for second.
Now Grace, 18 years of age, she represented Australia at the Virtus Games a year ago, so she has that experience on her side as well, and such a great role model for our younger athletes.
Do they get the opportunity to race internationally in the short course yet, or?
I couldn't tell you fully on short course season whether they are selecting teams, but I do know there are a lot of opportunities coming up for long course once again next season.
And touching in first there, Eli Kerr, 1:11. Second, Grace Ryder with a great freestyling 1:18, but just in front of Meg Hornheady on a 1:18, 9.95.
Underway in our fourth of four heats for the mixed 12 to 18-year-old 100-metre individual medley multi-class event. Gemma Cook in lane 3, Tyra Jensen in lane 4, and Blake Warren, lane 5.
Yeah, so quite the mixture across this one. We have just been mentioning some of the opportunities that our multi-class athletes have coming up in the future, but it is good to note that currently we have our Para-Pam Packs going on over in the US, and we have a few Victorians on the team, including some ex-Victorians as well. I saw Ruby Storm picked up a medal a couple of days ago, as well as our very own Ahmed Kelly picking up gold in his favourite event, the 150 IM. So I'm sure a lot of our multi-class swimmers have been keeping an eye on those results and those opportunities that they might have their sights set on in future years.
Yeah, it's so important for these athletes as they begin their elite journey, and for those yet to enter that elite pathway, to have those athletes to look up to, Victorians achieving on the international stage.
And speaking of pathways, a lot of these swimmers also have the opportunity to become part of our Swimming Victoria All Abilities program. So we're looking at that standard of a point score. I believe, and I will have to fact check on this one, it's somewhere over the 500 points. If you score above a 500, you have that ability to make our Victorian abilities team.
And if you're not quite at that level yet, Fun Swim is Swimming Victoria's fun, low-pressure introduction to racing for swimmers aged 7 to 12. So you can contact Swimming Victoria to get your club involved in that one. Meanwhile, the time that Tyra Jensen's going to record, 1:44.39. Lovely work for her 100. Not too far behind now. Blake Warren, he ducks under the flags, and his time will be a 1:55.84. So see if those swimmers can make it into the finals tonight. Looking at trying to improve on those seed times of which they came into. Gemma Cook, hers was 2:07.43. So just missing out on beating that one, but what a swim for the SGB swimmer. She touches in 2:13.57. and racing in event 142, the girls' 14-year-old 100-metre backstroke. We've got 5 heats in this one, and right now leading the way, lane 4, Aria Went from Surrey Park.
And I was about to point out that Jemana was about to jump back in the lane, but she's obviously pulled out of that one, maybe focusing on the other races today. But quite clearly still out in front there, Aria with a nice lead.
Yeah, Aria doing well in this first 50, but not too far behind lane 6, Layla Van Aswagen, and lane 3, Astrid Buchanan. Nice little swims for them, so whether they can close up on the leader, another 50 here to do so, but still leading the way. Aria Went from Surrey Park.
And never to be discounted, those outside lanes. Brooklyn Packer here, who is touching 7, but is making a bit of a lead. A nice quick turn would be helpful.
So it's a full body length that Aria has on the rest of the field. It's going to be a tighter battle for second. Keep your eyes on lane 6, lane 4, lane 3. But right now, all eyes on lane 4. Aria Went her time of 105.76 in second. Layla Van Aswagen, 108.11. And in third, Astrid Buchanan, 108.36. Heat 2 of our 14-year-old girls' 100-metre backstroke underway. Lovely glide work and some serious work being done by the outside lanes, but it is lane 4 in Mia Huang leading the way out of Nunawading.
Yeah, a little bit slower getting this race started as we have those incredible backstroke ledges that we've brought up a couple of times, but that ability for the athletes to place their feet over it and not slide down the wall. I did just want to give a quick shout out to our officials. We couldn't run this competition without them, particularly the fact that we have 2 pools running at the same time, one of the only competitions in the world to do this. So we need twice as many officials. They donate and volunteer their time to be here. So a big shout out and thank you to those guys.
And the fact that both pools are being broadcast, another unique feature of this event, being put on by Swimming Victoria. So thank you to everyone who's been involved, and thank you for watching wherever you are around the world. Right now you're watching Mia Huang put in some serious work from lane 4, leading by half a body length, albeit starting to dissipate. 106.38 her time ahead of Li Wen Yu, 106.48. And in third, Ruby Kenwright, 107.92.
And heat 3 of the 100 metres backstroke, 14-year-old girls. We've got Zara Barr in lane 4, who was the winner of the 200 metres last night. So you'd hope that this would be an easy race.
Yeah, she did it so confidently and comfortably. She had such a lead early on, so we know that she'll be really good through the second 50 of this 100. It's all going to be about getting the front end speed for her. And so far, she's sitting pretty well amongst this group of girls. And you can just see down the second 25 trying to extend the lead now.
And they've all turned pretty close to each other. 31s and 32s for first and second, right across lanes 3 and 4, 3 and 6. But coming out of front again, Zara's really worked that turn.
Yeah, and she's just starting to see that more distance backstroke specialty through the third 25. Had the ability and the legs to really pick up and increase the kick. You can kind of see a lot more whitewash from her feet than the girls either side of her.
Interesting stroke technique there as well from her counterpart lane 3. Amelia, very casual there, but Zara touches in at first in a 104. Second, Amelia Liu, and third, Ada, on a 107.73. That's going to be what you need to do to make the final, I think.
Underway in heat 3 of the girls' 14-year-old 100-metre backstroke. You can see Ada's rung. She's had a huge meet, not swimming from lane 5. And also Amelia Liu in lane 3. So we've got a solo swimmer in Zara Barr, lane 4. Oh, I'm just reading off the wrong sheet, folks. Sorry, disregard everything I've just said. It's a huge swim being done out of lane 6, and that's Emily Wong.
That's day 3 for you. There's a lot going on.
Weekend.
It is a huge weekend, and the athletes do so incredibly well with their recoveries between these events. We have a full field of 113s on entry, so the fact that you've almost got a pretty direct line across our leaders is to no surprise if you know that they all come in at 113 point. There will be the girls in 6 and 7 who are going out just slightly in front. A little bit higher stroke rates from Joella, Sofiel and Cruz out in lane 7. But she's going to be pushed all the way through by Emily Wong.
So what a head-to-head battle, lane 6 and 7, but it will be lane 7 who takes it. Joella, Sofiel, Cruz, a time of 1:12.41 in lane 6. Emily Wong, 1:12.94. And in third, Sophia Graham, 1:13.42.
And we're looking at our fifth and final heat of the girls' 14-year-old backstroke here. Our second of our unseeded heats. We're looking at it's going to be a pretty close race here.
Absolutely, with 3 swimmers in this one. Madison Schnabel, lane 3, Chloe Zhao Chen in lane 4, and Millicade in lane 5. So the Melbourne, Laverton and Traralgon swimmers They've got no choice but to go head-to-head. You think at the moment, looks like Miller Sage, she's putting in some nice work in this backstroke, but it might even be Chloe Zhao Chen who leads the way.
She's got a great turn in there, timed that really well, and it's well, but we've popped up and it's still, nope, she's just keeping that, she's holding out in front there actually.
Absolutely. So her 50-metre split time, 35.05. Chloe Zhao Chen continues to hammer away in lane 4, but when it's such a tightly packed race such as this one, you have to really execute on this back 25, and look who's doing that. Miller Sade, she springs ahead, half a body length now, starting to separate herself from the field.
The big thing here actually, Hannah, is going to be the finish as well, whether you can finish with a full arm or a messy... No, there we go. She's launched at it. It didn't work.
Didn't work. It's Madison Schnabel who takes this heat out, 1:12.53 the time. Miller Sade finishes second, 1:12.57, and in third, Chloe Chen.
PBs across the board for the girls. Well done. And first heat now for the 13-year-old girls, 100 metres butterfly. And this is going to be a nice, fast one.
It certainly is. I think all eyes are going to have to stay on Zoe Clemenson. It's not about whether she can win this event. I think it's going to be about what time she can do. She comes in 5 seconds ahead of the next fastest qualifier within this first heat. Whether or not she pushes out the heat swim this morning, the age record set in 2012 is a 101.28, and Zoe's time on entry is a 102.98, and we know she's been on fire across the weekend.
And she's just turned in a tiny 29.83, which is a great split. I still think she'll probably... Oh, she's clearly ahead of the pack now. Takes a nice turn in for the last 25 there. Actually pauses a little bit, I think. She's got time to.
Yeah, she certainly didn't look like she's fully attacking the walls, which I think we'll see be the differences in tonight's final. A little bit more speed on those turns and off the turns. Looking comfortable. I like the way she does sort of emphasize throwing her hands over the top of the surface, but it's a pretty cruisy 104.39. Wouldn't it be nice to say that about everyone? Sitting in second will be Grace Lee out of 2, 109.55, and then Audrey Marchand in lane 6 touches third, 109.84. So maybe around 110, sub 110 is the speed we need to see from the next few heats.
Heat number 2 underway in these 13-year-old girls' 100-metre butterfly. Really tight field in this one. Keep your eyes on Mariella Simmons. She's had a blistering meet, the MLC swimmer.
Yeah, so training partner of Zoe Clemenson, and those two come into this one ranked first and second, but really doing the work out of the second heat is Anna Kang. Very good on the skills, really working the underwater. She was great off the start, great off the turn. The girls make up a little bit of a distance through the swim component, but she just holds those underwaters that little bit longer.
3 swimmers going sub 32 in this one. Lanes 4, 5 and 6, Mariella Simmons, Anna Kang and Andeep. So we'll see if they can hold on, but lifting her rate now, Mariella Simmons. She's leading the pack, half a body length, but it's tight between her and Anna Kang, not too far behind Andeep, and rising Zara Gilmore out of lane 7.
Yeah, it was a really nice third 25 from Zara, picking up that stroke rate down the final lap. She wants a spot in this final. Definitely securing her place there will be Mariella, 106.09. Anna touching second, 108.10. And then Zara touches third, 108.89. But we see now 5 swimmers under the 110. So that raises the standards set for this last heat to chase after.
And Heat 3 now of the 100 metres butterfly 13-year-old girls here. It's been fast so far. And we're looking in the middle of the lane here. Actually, it's lane 7 who's going to touch in first. We've got On Cue Eve with a nice little handy touch there.
She's another one of those MLC swimmers, so clearly the trio have been working hard, each leading their respective heat. I like the work that On Cue Eve Hui is doing at the moment, but lane 5, Mika Chow, she had a great start to the morning. This, of course, her second race in the Horton pool. She's putting in some nice work here into the third lap.
I do have to come back to lane 7 again. On Cue Eve, delightful stroke, really sitting up on the water, nice glide there.
She's setting herself nicely, absolutely. I also think lane 2, Annabella Kim, she's another repeat offender in the Horton pool of guilty of delivering some really successful swimming. So we'll see if she can get second here, but it's still lane 7. On Cue Eve Hui, she's got half a body length over Annabella Kim at the moment, and she'll get the time to show it. 107.44 the time, 107.78 for Annabella Kim. And in third, Raina Schneider's 109.38.
And really only touched out just purely on the timing of her finish there. Like, would have been a bit more if she just got that full arm stroke.
She might be saving it for tonight.
I think so. And heat 3 of the 100-metre butterfly, 13-year-olds. Very excited about this one. It's been a quick start so far. It's definitely sub-10 to make the final. But eyes here on a fast start from Yu Shen-gil, who's going to touch even first.
Yeah, so all of the athletes in this field around 114, 115, so it will require a pretty big drop in personal best to get there and be able to swim again. Certainly chasing after it, though, are our leaders in Yushen and Claire, lanes 8 and 5. They've gone around in a 32.2 and a 32.7, so definitely giving themselves every opportunity to go sub-10 here.
That's a beautiful stroke. Nice, quick, tidy stroke here down from Yushen. Just looking across the other field there. I think it's going to be Felicity Grant that might touch in third. Our leaders stay the same.
So they are still on pace to be around the markers set by the previous 3 heats this morning. This is going to be a big PB for Yushen. No matter the time she ends up hitting the wall in, it's going to be very close, maybe just over. It will be a 110.67. Second, Claire Danny with another PB from her, 111.92. And then Felicity Grant in third, 112.47. Some great swims out of our fourth and final heat of the 13-year-old girls.
Moving on to event 146 on the schedule. It's the girls' 12-year-olds 100-metre backstroke. Got 6 heats in this one, so they're going to have to set some really nice times. Ellie Wang looking on track.
Yeah, Ali, she loves the sprint. She's always so good through the first 25 and on the underwaters. I would probably say butterfly specialist, including she broke the Metro short course records earlier this month, and she's out to a fly out through that first 50.
Maybe she can pick up a second specialty, because what she's doing to this field at the moment, she's got 3 body lengths on the next closest, Sophia Lonsdale from Essendon in lane 7. She's putting up a good fight. So too lane 3 in Lily Egan from Propulsion. But Ellie Wang, what a swim.
Yeah, I know, you can't really take your eyes off her. She works those underwaters. She's sitting out nicely in front, and you can just almost see, interestingly enough, like the effort that goes into this. You can tell she wants it. She's not really holding back this morning.
No, and she'll rip into the wall in a time of 106.63, the 12-year-old. Impressive work. Lily Egan takes second, 110.58. And in third, Lucy Olsen, 110.93. Underway, our second heat of 6 for the 12-year-old girls, 100-metre backstroke. We saw Ellie Wang set a time of 106.63 in the previous heat. We'll see if anyone can come close to that one. Most times hovering around that 110 mark. Nice work being done from lane 4 in Sadia Zhao.
Yeah, there are 6 heats here this morning in this one. A very popular event, Hannah, so it will be tough to make that final. Always helpful when you've got a semi-final in events like this, but not tonight.
Absolutely. 107.67 was the seed time for Sadia Zhao. She clocks a 50-metre split time of 33.44 to one other swimmer riding with her in the sub-34 club. That's Neve Jeffs in lane 5.
It's going to have to be a pretty quick turnaround to come back in a sub-110, I think, at the moment. Maybe a 117 again.
So neck and neck now, the race between lane 4 and lane 5, Sadia Zhao and Neve Jeffs. You can see them bobbing along, alternating fashion. Who will get the touch on the wall? It looks like Sadia Zhao will make it to the wall in a time of 109.33, only a tenth of a second behind. Neve Jeffs, 109.41. And in third, Alicia Quinn, 111.06.
And we're starting in heat 3 of the 12-year-old 100-metre backstroke for girls. It's been an interesting start so far. It will take a sub-10 at least to make the final, Italia.
Yeah, I think if you can go sub-10, 100% in. There's about 4 or 5 athletes currently sitting at the 111 mark. So some 110s might sneak in and maybe a 111, but I wouldn't count on it. Just to be safe, just smash your personal best. 109's in.
You're 12 years old, you can do it. And turning first right now is in lane 4, Zia Lee on a 32.55, a little bit faster. And then the last heat, Reika Zhang, 33, and then a 34 for Lexi Tell.
Yeah, we saw our 2 leaders take it out in those 33-second marks. So Shia being out under 33, 32.5, setting the pace a little bit quicker. Hopefully we'll see her break under that 109, get a little bit closer to that hot speed we saw from Ali Wang out of the first heat. She dropped a personal best, a 106, and Shia looking very comfortable out in this lead position.
You know, it's going to come, no, it's not even going to be close to the front there. Zia has touched in at 108. Great time. That'll get her into the final tonight. A 110 from Lexi L in lane 2, and in lane 3, Reika Zhang on a 112. And if you are following along at home, just bear in mind we're only a couple of minutes behind in time as well. Keep an eye, if you're watching for the 1500, it may be in the other stream, so keep an eye on that as well.
Heat 4 of 6 underway for our 12-year-old girls in the 100-metre backstroke. Seen some quick times being recorded. The search for Evelyn Wen. Can she join them from lane 5?
Yeah, she's certainly going out after it through the first 25, separating herself a nice distance between her and Chloe Lynn, who looks to be sitting in second out of lane 4. I am enjoying the ability of Evelyn to keep her head beautifully still here. You can just see the arms rotating around on either side. Not too much movement, and these are the kind of skills and things that the coaches are going to be looking for from their athletes.
Ella Malachowski as well in lane 2. Doing a good job from Laverton, trying to hang in that chase pack. But at the moment, in the third lane, Annie Hang, lane 4, Chloe Lynn. They're going to be the ones looking for that 2-3 spot at the moment. Still Evelyn Wen. Half a body length. Can she increase it now in the last lap?
Yeah, some nice little underwaters off that last wall from Annie Hang and Chloe Lynn to join up with Evelyn, and they have that momentum on their side as we come into the touch. All about timing. Annie gets there first. 116.08, 2-second PB for her. Chloe Lynn, 116.28. And then Evelyn will finish in that third place spot, 117.3.
Our fifth heat underway. Only one more to come after this for the 12-year-old girls in the 100-metre backstroke. So some nice work being done from lane 4 and Hayes Mola from Brighton Grammar.
And there's a nice little turn there in lane 4 from Anais. And she'll come out front. No. Yes, she is. She's come out in front.
Yeah, she's got a body length on the field, but everyone else almost swimming in a line at the moment. So they're really going to have to separate themselves. We spoke about the third quarter premiership analogy earlier, T,
let me explain that a little bit better. I realise that's not for everyone. Basically, you know, when you do, especially 200s, 100s as well, you go out, you set the pace in the first 100, you build in the second, and then the third one, that's when you really got to dig it in, and that sets you up just to hold on in the last leg.
So whether Anais Capamola has that kind of strategy in mind, what was a body length seems to dissipate. Some chasers putting the pace on now. Evie Spalding from lane 7. She's done remarkably off the turn. So too lane 1 in Natalie Dew, doing well from Laverton. So it's going to be a tight finish, this one, in this fifth heat. The touch will belong to Evie Spalding from lane 7, 1:17.62. In second, Natalie Dew, 1:17.77. And in third, Anais Capamola, 1:18.17. Our sixth and final heat for the 12-year-old girls 100-metre backstroke underway. We've got 3 swimmers in this one. Quinn Jaworski in lane 3, Joanne Huang in lane 4, and Stacey Dew in lane 5.
Stacey Dew, example of, it's my technical term, a bit of a bouncy backstroke stroke there. Can look unsettled, but actually really, really powerful. And it just means there's a little bit of an imbalance probably. One arm's probably pulling slightly stronger or deeper than the other one.
So when you say bounce, what are you looking at and seeing?
So quite smoothly, although a little bit low in the water. You've got Joanne Huang in the middle there. She's a little bit low. If she was a bit higher, it'd be nice to be sitting up and going a bit faster. But just have a little bit of a literal bounce there from Stacey's stroke, which means a little unbalanced. But I've seen some of the best swimmers have strokes like that. So
it's that bobbing of the chest, bobbing of the head, like a rubber duck, just bouncing through a bathtub if you put a bit of turbulence into it. But right now, it is looking so effective for Stacey Dew from Nunawading, the 12-year-old. She's ahead by 1.5 body lengths over Quinn Jaworski in lane 3. Not too far behind Joanne Huang from R&D. She goes under the flag. She had a seed time of 1:19.77. Stacey Dew touches the ball in 1:17.10. In second, Quinn Jaworski 1:19.19. And Joanne Huang 1:20.84. Moving on to event 148, it's the girls 17 and 18-year-olds 100-metre individual medley. We've seen some ripper individual medleys in the Horton pool this morning, and right now it's a ripper battle in lanes 4 and 5, Jessie Steinman and Claudia Croato.
Yeah, this is a race that I am really keen to see the final of tonight. One, I think it's going to be a challenge to make this final. I have a feeling some tired bodies on day 3. There might be a few outsiders with a really good shot of scoring a place in it. And then when we come back and race and we put these 3 top athletes together in the one field, the challenge is going to be on because a lot of them really different strengths throughout these 4 laps.
So it's 1 lap per stroke, and doing nicely is lane 2 in Emma Grave. She was second at the 50-metre split, a time of 30.28. One of 3 swimmers to go sub 31 in that first 50. But right now, romping home is lane 4, Jessie Steinman from Nunawading. She's a 17-year-old. We've got 3 18-year-olds in this race. But she does well, the bottom major, 105.06 her time. In second, Claudia Croato, 106.98. And in third, Emma Grave, 107.76.
And heat number 2 here, the women's 100-metre IM, 17 to 18-year-olds. It's going to be another fast one in the middle of the field there, lane 3. Amelia Kennedy, happy birthday to Amelia.
We love a birthday swim, and I mean, there's no better event to be racing on your birthday than maybe 100 IM. If you do have something like an 800, probably not as exciting of a start to the day.
Now, speaking of that, people might go, you know what does 100 IM give you? Takes you to the World Short Course Champs twice, so it isn't nothing.
It's one of those events that it almost feels like a fake race. It's like throwing a 25-metre freestyle in.
Hey, it took me to some fun places. It's always my favourite. Still out in the head there, though, is Zoe Schneider. She's taking it away in the breaststroke. She's going to touch in first. Coming up behind, though, lane 5. It's going to have to be a big freestyle leg from from Juji Liu, who's had a big morning.
I think a couple of these girls have certainly been seen throughout a few of the other races earlier on today. It will be Zoe Schneider, though, making it look easy down the final 25. Hits the wall 106.12. Emerson Hogan touches in a second, 107.0 for her. And then we go over to lane 2. Elizabeth Mack, she came home nicely in a 108.23 to touch in third.
Heat 3 of 4 underway for our girls. 17 and 18-year-olds, 100-metre individual medley. Nice work being done from lane 3 in this one. Rhiannon Chen from MLC Aquatic.
Yeah, Rihanna, such a brilliant butterflyer. I saw her in one of the relays last night, split a 26 for her 50 fly. So she's going to want to get away pretty quickly through the first half of this race. Look at the stroke rate, though, on Claire Matheson in this backstroke. She's just zoomed past there and taken the lead, sub 30, 29.9.
You can just see it happening in real time. The overtake, impressive work, but still not letting up. Rhiannon Chen in lane 3. Head-to-head battle forming up in that breaststroke. But watch out for lane 6. Angelina Nguyen from Essendon. She's come well into this one.
Stroke rate is playing such an important part in the lead changes we've seen throughout this IM. It was Claire Matheson in the backstroke, high rate. Then Angelina in the breaststroke, super high rate. She looks like she's going to hold it. Claire will fight her all the way to the wall. And it will be timing that swings the way of lane 6. Angelina Nguyen, 106.7. Ahead of Claire Matheson, 106.91. And then Rhiannon Chen, she does hang on for that third place spot, 107.3, which means a couple of those 108s are where it's going to be at to be in the final. And a lot of them come from outside lanes, lane 7, lane 2. So maybe some girls in the middle feeling the fatigue of day 3.
Well, you never know. It is such a grueling weekend. Of course, many of these swimmers were suiting up Friday night, Saturday morning, Saturday night, Sunday morning. Here we are now. And for our fourth heat of 4 for these 17 and 18-year-old girls in the individual medley, 5 swimmers, so it's a battle in the middle of the pool.
It is. And I wouldn't take away from the fact that not in the seeded heats. It's still going to be some relatively good times here. It's a very competitive event. Everybody throws their hat in the ring, and that's what you get.
Well, it's a nice little battle being done in lanes 5 and 6. Julia Wozniak from DVE and Andy Sporchich from Propulsion. 17 and 18-year-olds going head-to-head. Nice little battle as well in lanes 2 and 3. Kayla Saunter and Emmy Crowan. Olivia Mack not too far behind.
Yeah, Olivia's going to have to really put it in for the freestyle leg, but anything is possible. The thing is, with the 25 metres, there's not a lot of time. You cannot let people get too far ahead of you.
Well, look who's not taking that advice. Julia Wozniak says, I will get as much distance on the field as I can. A lot of pace in this freestyle leg for the 17-year-old from DVE. She comes in with a time of 1:10.02.
Great time.
Lovely work. Well below her seeded time. Second, Olivia Mack. And in third, Emma McCrowan.
As we switch in now to the 16-year-olds 100-metre medley as well. It's our fastest seeded heat right now, round seeded. So all eyes are going to be on our lane 4. Zoe Clemenson. I feel like I've been saying that name a little bit this morning too.
So sorry. Out of lane 4 from Caulfield, Caitlin Ord.
Thank you. Thank you so
much.
much.
An age group up.
Sorry.
You're right, we have been saying Zoe a lot, but it is now Caitlin who will lead us through. Another swimmer taking this one out, sub 30 seconds. And once again, I think this one is going to be a pretty challenging final to make. We have a stacked field, just looking at the names coming up across each of these next few events, because they come in from having butterfly backgrounds, backstroke backgrounds, breaststroke backgrounds. We've seen them in finals time and time again.
Yeah, apologies about that. I can see that the top seeded time is pretty even with the 17 to 18-year-old time. So we'll see who actually goes faster. And it looks like it's all Caitlin in the middle there, but very quick second freestyle leg there as well from Waylon Trong, who touches in second. So 105 time to beat, 106 Waylon Trong, and third place Maya Roberts, 108. So 108 your third fastest time there today for our 16-year-old girls.
Underway, the second of our 5 heats in this 16-year-old girls 100-metre individual medley. And it's a nice start from the outside lanes, albeit the lead belonging to lane 3 in Vera Zeng.
Yeah, Vera, she's got an interesting combination of events. Really nice, smooth butterfly. But she comes in from a breaststroke background, so expect to see her try to lift through the third 25. As with Grace Doby, she's going to have a really good middle portion of this one. Backstroke and breaststroke being her specialty strokes.
So Grace Doby, she had the fastest of the 50-metre splits, a time of 35.6, one of 3 swimmers to go sub 31. But right now it's still the inner 4 lanes who are putting in the work. Head-to-head battle shaping up between Zeng and Doby.
We knew they were going to be quick through the breaststroke. Vera, the faster of the 2. Now the race for home. There's only 25 metres to get it done. You can just see every single athlete in that top 4, though. Bringing in the legs, distance specialist Lucy Doyle. She's trying to rejoin these 2 leaders. Onto the touch, though, it will be Grace, 106.63. Vera in second, 107.07. And Lucy for third, 107.33. So a bit quicker across the board in that heat. All of those 107s pushing ahead of the 3 108s we saw from the previous heat.
What kind of times would you be expecting to see make the final tonight?
I think when we look at the next heat, I can't imagine Zara Jeffrey going too slowly. She's had an incredible couple of days of racing. Watch her in the front half of this next 100. Lily Chan, though, really good in the back half. So these 2 girls out in front, I think they could go around that 106, 107 mark for sure.
And
Third heat of 5 underway now. Brilliant work being done, as predicted, in lane 4, Zara Jeffrey.
Absolutely, and Talia was quite right. She is out in front with the backstroke leg. Great, setting up really high there. But keep an eye out here on lane 8 as well, Matilda Clark.
Yeah, she's a 16-year-old out of Camberwell. Came into this one with a entry time of 1:11.77, so tracking nicely in second is Matilda Clark, but still leading the way, Zara Jeffrey, a sub-30 split, the only one in the field to do so.
Yeah, absolutely. So again, this heat might be faster again than the ones before. That's just what you kind of have to do with 100 IM. Anybody can set that field on fire and you just have to go.
But right now it's Madison Brown from lane 3 making the move. She's having a nice contest narrowly in front of Lily Chan in lane 5. So those middle 4 swimmers, we saw it in the last event. It's really coming to head now. It'll be Madison Brown who gets home in a time of 1:06.99. Zara Jeffrey in second, 1:07.58. And in third, Lily Chan, 1:07.97.
It's looking now like a 107 at least to make the final. And we're in heat 4 of 5 for the 100 metres IM for the female, for girls 16 years old. It's been a cracking start this morning so far. We're probably looking for some PBs from maybe Jimmy O'Sullivan there. If she really has a big PB, she might make the final.
Yeah, it will take quite the personal best. Once again, around 5-second drop is going to be required. I think it will be predominantly 107s through the back half of the field in the top 10. There might be a 108 sneak in for potentially 10th, but it's going to be pretty close on that one. So these girls coming in around the 112 mark, I'd love to see at least one of them break the 110, especially Gemma Sullivan, who set herself up beautifully in the first half, 31.7.
That is, it's not too far off the first split of the first heat, and a lot of support here on the sideline as well. I think, can't tell who, everyone's getting a good cheer. And as I turn around for the freestyle leg, it is Sienna Hunt that's really put the kick in there, really turned the gear up, and she's speeding in, so she's going to take the first spot here on a 1:11.19, so just outside. Second place, Gemma Sullivan, 1:11.89, and third there, all the way in lane 1, Avika, 1:12.11.
Only 2 swimmers in this final heat of the girls' 16-year-olds 100-metre individual medley. So, nice battle, head-to-head battle. We're forced into it for lanes 4 and 5, Zoe Behrens and Laura Zhang from Melton and M1 respectively.
Yeah, I don't mind a little 2-athlete race. It has that, swim-off feel, and because their entry times are so close together, hopefully it will be a good one. Always interesting in the IM. We know that lead can swap and change. Taking us through at the 50 will be Laura Zhang, 33.78. She's about 0.2 ahead of Zoe. Let's see if Zoe can work her way back up alongside in the breaststroke.
And you can see Zoe with her technique. She's got that really long glide. How do you see the breaststroke styles separate between these 2 athletes?
It's interesting to see someone in 100 IM hold that longer glide, as it is more of a sprint, so you probably want to be getting onto the next stroke, maybe a little bit quicker, but it does mean, as you can see, she's really broad in the legs in the last 25, so maybe conserving a little bit of energy there.
Or will it be a head-to-head battle at the wall at the moment? It will be Laura Zhang in front, and she will get the time to prove it. 1:13.48 and 1:14.09 for Zoe Behrens.
And it's the first heat of the 15-year-old girls 200 metres butterfly. I always said one of the toughest events in the in the whole program. And we're going to be keeping an eye on Hei-Ching Henrietta Wong, who's in the middle lane here.
Yeah, and the start of Taylor Miller as well means that you should be keeping eyes on her. First to surface in that second 25. Of course, these two heats both have 6 swimmers in them, so it's going to be a tight contest. You don't have to necessarily finish first. Just make sure you're not finishing last, second last, and hopefully that gets you into tonight's final. But right now, doing a great job, Taylor Miller. You think she is well deserving of a spot, the way she's so consistent through this third 25.
And it is really about pacing. You cannot go out too fast at 100 and 200 metres butterfly because it is a long way home if you do.
Well, how do you conserve your energy? It's such an energy-zapping stroke, butterfly, and to do it for 8 laps, it's a lot, especially for 15-year-old bodies.
Yeah, it's really about getting into the rhythm, settling in, getting your pacing right, your breathing right. And the girls really, I'm looking at across the board, they've done a really good job about that. When it starts to fall apart, you can see the kind of, maybe their stroke gets a bit higher, you're gasping a bit more for air, and then it throws everything off, and they're looking very comfortable out there.
So 5 of 6 swimmers recorded sub-3900 metre split times. 50 metre split times, that's second 50.
That's pretty good then, and they're all 111. So timing that they're looking for, 219, that might be, I think they probably will take the pace down a little bit this morning, given they have to do this again tonight.
As a swimmer, how much do you adapt that strategy? You might think that you're going to do one thing, but then the rest of the field might be doing something else. Do you waver in the moment?
Yeah, look, it is hard when somebody else decides that they're going to put in a really fast time and you're mostly all going to go through. You try to swim your own race, I think. You've just got to make sure you book yourself a place. Ideally, you book yourself a good place in the middle of the pack, but book yourself a place in the final, and then make sure that you don't blow it out of the water. Only in the 200 butterfly, it's a really difficult one to pace, really.
So it's the question of energy conservation. Who's going to burn their petrol tickets now to record a sharp time? The sharp time will go to Hei-Ching Henrietta Wong, 2:24.97. And in second, Taylor Miller, 2:26.61. And in third, 2:27.28, the time for Sophia Beaton.
And it's heat 2 of the 200 metres butterfly and for the 15-year-old girls here. And we've had a time to beat to make the final would be a 2:36, I think, the Italia.
Yeah, so the last 2 girls onto the wall, Charlotte McConville was 2-second PB and a 2:35, so great to see her do a drop at the state championships. And then Bryn Kirk touching in a 2:36. She was unfortunately just over her personal best, but 6 athletes swimming out of this one again and 10 places in the final. So ideally, you want to be under that 2:35 to secure a place.
Well, making a PB as well in such an event like this is always a pat on the back too, because you don't want to do it again. No, these swimmers, if you love a 200 butterfly, you love a 200 butterfly. That is their peak event.
It's a rare breed, I think, the 200 flyer. You can almost spot them from a mile away. It's kind of like a breaststroker, a little bit different, a little bit crazy. Usually have quite a little bit of energy going on, the 200 fly swimmers, but certainly, I think if it is your event, you do learn to love it because you have to. You know the training required to swim a race like this. It's a lot of intense sessions. So unless you enjoy it, you're probably not going to continue on with it later into your swimming career.
I think I did one, maybe one in my whole swimming career. And it's true, though, because it's such a physical and mental game. It is a real mental game here because you've seen it. You've seen people come back from way back behind in a 200 and take it out. So no one's ever out in a 200.
Oh, exactly. And I think Australia kind of has a rich history of doing things like that. The likes of Harrison Turner getting medals out from lane 8 in finals and things like that. So anyone can make a move. That little burst of energy that we often see through the third 50, if you've got the momentum on your side, and that's why butterfly is actually sometimes easier to swim faster than to try and swim it slower, because if you have that momentum, it will carry you through the whole race.
Agreed on that one. It's been it's been Millie Charlton out front all the way. She's just got to hold on for the last 25. Looking to slow down a little bit, but I think she'll comfortably go maybe around the 2:30 mark here.
Yeah, I think she's really that definition of the consistency of stroke. She's just kept those arms turning over and over. I'd love to have a look at the coach's rates written down on the page right now, because she didn't really let up the whole way. Pretty similar times we saw from the heat previously, 2:24.96. Lucy Reed finished nicely, 2:28.12. And then Hope Christian touches in third, which means that top 10 is going to be around the 2:35 mark.
Absolutely. She may or may not go in there, Adriana. We'll see how we go.
Time for event 154 on the schedule. It's the girls' 14-year-olds 200-metre breaststroke. We've got 4 heats in this one, all vying for a spot in tonight's finals.
Yeah, interesting switch going from the 2 fly to the 2 breast here. The butterfly obviously so heavy on the upper body. The shoulders are what's really going to start burning up. Breaststroke, it's the opposite. This one, the legs are where you're going to be really feeling it through the second half of the race. That burning feeling in your shins, I still remember it now.
You're trembling, you've changed colour, your skin's gone grey over here, Kalia. It's obviously bringing up some very strong memories, but you know what? Maybe they're creating pleasant memories here, Tess Izzard. She came in with a seed time 6 seconds clear of the next quickest in Kimberly Chen. 2:34.24 was that seed time for Tess Izzard, and you can see why. She's just tracking nicely here, almost half a lap at this stage of the race.
Yeah, if we go through a little bit of a breakdown of Tessa's breaststroke, what we really are seeing in this 200 is that hold of the streamline position. As she drives forward through the head and the upper body, she's snapping the kick around quickly, so she has her full streamline hit before she starts the next stroke. The hands wait out in front for the feet to finish, holds that glide because she still has the momentum and the propulsion, and then as soon as that piece starts to begin to slow, that's when we get on to the next stroke. It's really nice and a good quality to have in a 200, so she's not over-rating and she's not wasting any of the technique there.
It was so streamlined, right, that connection between upper body and lower body. Can you talk to us about her head positioning as well?
I think this one's a little bit of a point of contention if you chat to her coaches, because it is something that she has been working on. What I do like from it is you can see her attacking the stroke, so you can see her driving the head. The issue that maybe we might be trying to work on is that some of that drive is going into a downwards motion rather than a forwards motion. So we want eyes to stay down, but we don't want to see it dropping under the water so far as we go like almost up and down in this little wave motion. We want that to be more of an angled drive forward. So a little bit of a piece that can definitely be improved on, but to be this far out in front and still have those points that you can work on, I mean, it's going to be a big future to come for Tess.
Well, she's 14 years old, Tess Izzard from Yarra Plenty. She touches the wall in a time of 2:37.69, a blistering pace just over that seed time. As she whips off the cap to check her result, she just waves her head like, yep, okay, I see the time, I'll go faster tonight. In second spot, though, Eliza Cooling, 2:53.17. And in third, Jessica Teufel, 2:53.78.
Yeah, so really close between those minor placings. Probably a little bit slower than maybe I expected out of the 14-year-old girls. We'll see what happens in the next couple of heats. So the standard currently sitting around 10th place would be that 2:53 barrier.
Yeah, well, some beautiful results and a beautiful pool, I might mention. Mattioli, our Swimming Victoria Aquatic Facility maintenance partner of over 50 years' experience. They're building and upgrading pools, and isn't MSAC just looking delightful?
I was going to mention the same thing, actually, Hannah, just then as well. It's looking amazing.
So here we go in the second of our girls. 14-year-old 200-metre breaststroke, of course. 4 heats in this one, so still keeping eyes on the times. And no doubt, when you've seen that previous heat go through, Emily Croatto in lane 4, she knows exactly what she needs to do.
Absolutely. Actually, I just noticed as well some negative splits in the previous 50s there, so the girls probably are holding a bit back in the tank knowing they have to do this again tonight. But Emily looking very, very comfortable out there in front at the moment.
When you're in a second heat like this, T, and you've seen the times of the previous heat, does that change or slightly change your race strategy?
I wouldn't think so in a 200. For me, yes, because I'm easily distracted, and I always want to win. But I would hope if you're more maybe 14-year-old girls, and I keep forgetting that they're only 14 because they look so strong. I think if you, with especially a race like this, hopefully again keep your head, keep your own race plan. I used to swim with a guy, 100-metre breaststroker for England. And he knew exactly what stroke. He could say, oh, on stroke 37 I did this. It was that technical, yeah.
That's amazing recall. We know swimmers have to be so attentive with not only the way in which they swim, but the maths of it all. But to have that level of detail, is that almost like the most attentive to detail out of every swimmer? I've never heard of a swimmer. Yeah, like
he was a unique swimmer. He swam a few times for England, actually. He was a very unique swimmer and then became a coach. So, that's not normal. But there is, when you say attention to detail, correct. How do I touch the hands? Like, how am I turning up? If I'm doing a 50-metre breaststroke, it's that quick, and my hands are uneven and I take it into turn, that can be the difference between winning and losing.
So here we've got a nice head-to-head battle in lanes 4 and 5. Emily Croatto from SGB and Ines Zizi-Wu from Surrey Park. Just looking at their techniques, what is it that's separating the two of them? Obviously half a body length in it, but still working through into the final 50.
Yeah, so it's Emily who's got one of those higher up strokes that before she's really trying, again, she's getting over the top of the water. And then we've got Annie's sort of coming in through. It's hard to say everyone's individual. It's got to be the underwater work. And again, that's just proven clearly there with Emily as well.
Yeah, she's certainly sensing the racing opportunity and the racing experience she can get in this head-to-head contest. As Wu starts to make her move, will she get the touch? It still looks strongly Emily Croatto's race, 141.10, and Ines Wu 141.48. So less than half a second between them. Millisade in third for 2:49.57. Rest of the field coming in now, so still keeping their eyes on those times. We've got one final tonight. So for Sienna Morgan, she clocks 3:03.58, just above her seed time. We've got 2 more heats to come.
And we're heat 3 of the 200 metres breaststroke for 14-year-old girls. So far, it's been. I feel like they're giving it a really good effort out here, but the times are okay.
Yeah, I think I'm going to say I'm not average, but probably a little bit off where maybe we expected. And when this happens on day 3, not necessarily surprising, but to me that suggests that we could have an interesting final.
I think so.
Because a few of these outsiders that have made it, they could do some really big drops, or even some of our middle lanes who have maybe been a little over the times of their entries. They could just be conserving it because they saw the first heat and they know that you don't have to push 100%. If you come in with a time around that 2:41, you can ease up just a little bit.
And just pointing out that Lucy Dolan, who has raced a few things this morning as well, she's touched in first there and she's holding a nice body length lead there. Is this a pet event for Lucy or just another one in the pool?
I think Lucy's another one of our athletes, so it's just so great to see from our youngsters that's quite the all-rounder. We really see her across a lot of events, quite good at freestyle. In the medleys, of course, anyone with a bit of a solid breaststroke has a better chance through that. But Lucy really just all-rounder and pushing through this one. Obviously, she's come into it ranked third fastest. A time sub 40 is nothing to shake your head at as a 14-year-old for 200-metre breaststroke. But she's really going out after it this morning, which I'm liking to see. She wants the centre lane. We'll see how that time stacks up compared to a few of the girls earlier.
All important centre lane when you're doing breaststroke, because you can't look to the side until you're doing a turn, and that's the only chance you really get to keep an eye on your outsiders. Lucy really strengthening leg. In second place at the moment is Madeline Anderson, and third, holding at the moment, is Lyon as well. And Lucy will turn for the, we haven't got the split times on that one, but the 150 metre mark well ahead.
No, I almost confused myself then with the splits on the board, thinking that we were coming up to the 100, and I was like, I'm pretty sure they've swum more than that. I'm sure they would argue with me as well, because you definitely know in a 200 breaststroke when you're hitting the last 50, because your body tells you well and truly.
And Lucy's really strengthening that now. A little bit of a battle for third place. It looks like Athalia Marshall's going to touch in third there for now. Oh, no, sorry, fourth place. So second and third actually looking quite convincing.
So it was a long reach onto the wall there for Lucy Dolan. She led start to finish, some really nice elements to that swim. I am keen to see the time when it comes up, as we see Madeline's time hit the board there at a 2:46. So we know Lucy was probably around 2:41, 2:42-ish maybe. She had a pretty solid distance ahead of Madeline. So wait for our Hawkeye technology to kick in and give us that time on the board. It was Leanne that touched into the third place spot at a 2:48. So that's more what I was expecting, a few more of the athletes to hit under the 250 mark.
Three swimmers in our final heat of this girls' 14-year-old 200-metre breaststroke. We've got three swimmers. Lane 3 is Emily Prince from East Gippsland. Lane 4, Chloe Chen from Laverton. And Lane 5, Emma Hong from DBE.
So three of the girls in the water. Time's just over the 3-minute barrier. We love to set some goals for our athletes, and I'm sure a few of them definitely have their eyes set on that beautiful sight of 2:59. As we go through the first 50, it will be Emily leading the charge.
She gets a 50-metre split time on 39.44. Chloe Chen 40.86, Emma Hong 41.96. So about a second separating these swimmers, which is, similar, I guess, to their seeded times. Chloe Chen came in with a 3:03.41 and 3:03.96 for Emma Hong, 3:04.44 for Emily Prince. So all expected within around a second of each other, you'd say.
Yeah, I'm just taking a look at Emily and how she's holding herself throughout this race. Enjoying watching her kick. So we've got a good view on the screen there of the back half of her kick, and she fully finishes it feet together. And that is something I've mentioned a little bit earlier, but we'll see if she can hold that through the second half, because as you start to fatigue, as you press your feet back, that's kind of where you get the propulsive phase of this breaststroke kick. And a lot of people kind of relax after that point. So they put the effort in, but they don't quite finish the skill of bringing the feet together. And I think Amelie's doing a really good job of that. If she can continue that and hold onto it, she's got a really great chance of being one of these athletes who can go under the 3-minute mark, especially with that setup at a 124.
So, Carly, let's break it down a little bit more. When you say your legs getting fatigued, what is the first thing that goes?
I think when the legs start to fatigue, it is definitely two things can happen. One, the kick is probably going to widen a little bit because you're not going to be holding that position of your feet out wider than your knees quite as easily, and we just kind of let the knees go. The second thing is, as I was just talking about, you propel yourself forward and then they come straight back up ready to do the next kick. And often this happens when you fatigue because you're trying to pick up the stroke rate, and we see different in breaststroke to other strokes on the last 50. A lot of these girls will probably shorten and speed up their rate. In freestyle or something like that, it's probably going to be advantageous to do that. You're getting power on the water. In breaststroke, it's kind of a sign that you might be spinning the wheels and just not holding as good quality of water. The other thing that will go throughout these breaststroke races when you do start to fatigue that the girls will be trying to hold on to is their skills in underwaters, because the breath hold can be challenging. But, I mean, Waterston from Amelie there, that's a huge personal best for her. About an 8-second drop-off. Very, very great work from Amelie, 256.93.
Puts her in the sub-3 club. Second, Emma Hong, and third, Chloe Chen.
First heat of the 50 metres freestyle, 13-year-old girls here. A little delay in the start. Last thing you need before you're doing the quickest race of the season, of the event. Out in front already with an easy start was Zoe Clemenson. She's going to turn first. Let's see who pops up first. Zoe all the way. And then holding in second. It's a tight, close race for second. I think it's going to be Yolanda Yu. Let's see what time she can do. It's going to be pretty quick this morning. 26.04 for Zoe Clemenson. Yolanda Yu, 27.99. And their third place, Ella Robertson, 28.05.
Yeah, interesting to note. I think Zoe Clemenson, we're going to be on a few levels of record watch for her later today. She's only 0.4 outside the all-comers record set by Paris Burlock, 2017, and then 0.5 away from Julia Hawkins. And you've got to wonder whether she's got a little bit more left in the tank for finals. A lot of these youngsters do. As we hit the water with our second heat of the 13-year-old girls 50 freestyle. Once again, center of the pool, starting to make that shift in gears early. A little bit of an advantage towards Kira Stubbings. Coming out of the turn well was Angelina Shang, and she's going to fight all the way down this second 25. looked like she was closing, but then Kira pulled away again towards the end. And another 26 from the girls here, 26.91 for Kira. Angie in 27.72, and then Mackenzie Wilson in third, 27.87.
So some nice swims from across the board. Of course, 4 heats in this one. So it's really about what time can you record if you want a spot in that final tonight. Of course, our finals being live streamed from 5 p.m. So look forward to having you for the full day of swimming as we're underway in the third of these 4 finals. The third of these 3-4 heats, pardon me. So it's head-to-head racing in the middle of the pool, lanes 3, 4, 5, 10, Dang and Danny. Getting nice in that turn, and beautiful glide work now from Claire Danny from Laverton in lane 5. She's putting some pace on now, but it's very matched by Annabelle Tan in lane 3. Who will get the touch? It will be Claire Danny, a time of 27.68 in second. Annabelle Tan, 27.72. And in third, Victoria Dang.
We're into our 4th and final heat here. Fourth and final heat, unseeded, so across the board pretty even at times. We'd be looking for anything under a 29 would be a PB for these swimmers. And it's looking like it's very even to the turn. It might just be Kristen Silva who turns first there, coming out of the turn. A nice, it's actually over in lane 2. Audrey Martin has got slight advantage, but it's all going to come down to the touch here. Even lane 8, Vivian Lee is giving it a good crack over here as they go to the wall. It's the touch. Audrey Martin first, 28.82, great swim from her. Second, 29.28, Kristen Silva. And third, Vivian Lee on the outside, 29.75.
So a few 26s from our 13-year-old girls as we make our way down an age group. The 12-year-olds hitting the water. Ali Wang out of lane 4. She has been so dominant across the sprint events. She'll take us through, and a brilliant underwater from her, making it out past that 10-metre mark. A whole body length on this field. What can she do here? This is a quick heat, 27.36. Touching in second, Sadia Zhao, 28.77, and then Rosie McCann onto the wall third, 29.10.
So half the pool there going sub 30 times. Need to keep an eye on those times for the rest of these heats. We've got 4 of them. And another full 10 lanes of action in this second heat of the girls, 12 to 4. I take it back, no swimmer in lane 8 for this one. So here we go, underway. Beautiful work for our 12-year-old girls in the 50-metre freestyle. So middle of the pool, doing the hard yards, Catherine Yim out of Nana Aqua. A blistering start, and she'll hold off the rest of the pool, you would think. Climbers coming in, Gia Lee, lane 4. Not far behind. Compelling swim from Neve Jeffs as well, but it will be Catherine Yim. Time of 28.32. Gia Lee, 28.34. And in third, Talia McCubbin, 28.38. So 4 swimmers going sub 29 in that one.
Continuing on that trend of the heats getting faster and faster, even though they're seated the opposite way. Heat 3 now. Almost a little wobble there from lane 6, Elena Metropolis, but she's good for starting. It's heat 3 of the 50-metre freestyle for 12-year-old girls. Impressive time so far, those sub-30s. Turning in first, it's going to be middle of the lane, Alyssa Costa-Poulos. It's Alicia Quinn before that was having a wobble. She's still got a slight lead on the rest. Time now to put your head down and swim. It's going to pay off now for, and first place, Alyssa Costa-Poulos. Second, Lucy Olsen at a 28.13, and third, Alicia Quinn, 28.66.
So some blistering times coming in for these 12-year-old girls. Of course, Zoe Clemenson, who was ripping apart the 13-year-old girls age category. She set the age and all-comer record last year. 26.18 is what Zoe Clemenson did. Question is, what can these girls do out of heat 4? So it's a nice start. Huge glide from the outside lane in Madeline Clark. But right now it's the inner lanes doing the work. Lane 4, Lily Egan, a name we've said a few times today. First to the wall, beautiful turn. Now she pops out with half a body length on the rest of the field. But you still can't dismiss the work being done from the inner lanes. Nice swimming being done from Una Lim in lane 5. But it will be Lily Egan who touches first, a time of 29.43. In second, Una Lim, 33.1. And in third, it'll be Kaylin Yang out of lane 1, 30.38.
Interestingly, watching Madeline Clark there not take a breath in that last 25 metres, I don't think. And 15 here for the 50-metre freestyle for 12-year-old girls. We're looking like we are missing our lane 5 today, Natalie Maying. Maybe just focusing on other events, but turning in first, it's looking like it's lane 3 who had a cracking start, Anu Wang, who takes that turn and really capitalises on it, puts her head down. She's maybe 2 more breaths left in her, but just surging past now. It is lane 4, Ling Lang Huang. She might just take it out. It's very close. Great time. Lin Lang Huang, first place, 29.89. Second, Anu Wang, 30 flat. You don't see that often. And in third place, 30.27, Imogen Wilkins.
So the girls now behind the blocks, ready for our 6th and final heat in our 12-year-old girls at 50-metre freestyle. And all 3 of the girls, 2 of them come into this one with exactly the same entry time. So truly is that swim-off feel. Jennifer Sue slightly quicker, just 5/100ths. I mean, all that is a fingernail onto the wall as we get underway now. Even across the start, even on entries. Almost synchronized throughout the strokes here. It will be Isabel Koo, whose feet hit the wall first. Just a little bit quicker, flicking them over onto that wall. Coming home well in lane 5, Jada Anisi. She's pulled up alongside Isabel as they go under the flags. And hitting the wall, Isabel will hold on for the finish. Breaks under the 31. Good on you, Isabel, 30.95. Jada in 31.14. And then Jennifer swimming into that 3rd place spot at a 32.01.
Moving on to event 160 on this morning's schedule. It's the mixed 12 to 18-year-old 100-metre freestyle multi-class. So we have swimmers from a variety of classifications in this one. We've got an S14 swimmer in Tyra Jensen in lane 0. Lane 1 has an S15 swimmer in Phoenix Zhang. And the rest, Lockie Bellion, also an S14 swimmer. The rest, all S19s.
Yeah, and this one marks the final event for our multi-class athletes of the morning, and tonight it'll be their last race of the competition. So this is where you can start to just use that little bit of energy. They'll only have a few finals remaining for the day, and after this one you get to go home, have your lunch, have your break and have your rest.
Absolutely, and for a lot of these athletes, they've had big travel weekends as well. I'm looking at Amy Bale in lane 8 coming from Warrnambool, so it's a big trek to make on that Friday or Thursday, and then a big weekend. And for these swimmers, some of them have to go back to school tomorrow, hopefully with a few medals round their neck. You'd think there'd be a few medals coming for Lockie Bellion. He touches the wall in 1:00.65. Ava Dennis 1:04.61, and Meg Conhetty 1:09.99, placing third in this heat.
Yeah, just interesting to note that every athlete in this field, bar Phoenix, is from regional areas of Victoria. So country swimmers all around, bar one.
Don't we love to see it? So as they exit the pool, have our second of 4 heats shortly.
Clear pool for the start, and our swimmers are ready to go in this second heat. Quite a lot of our 14, 15-year-olds across this one, and almost all of our athletes racing in the 100 freestyle. We've seen in maybe one, if not two events earlier in today's program. So as you said, some big weekends for all of our swimmers.
I think that's part of the experience, is getting to understand what it's like to be in the elite stages or maybe the youth elite stages. They have to compute the travel, a lot staying in Melbourne. It's really exciting to do all of these things, but it also comes at a cost. Your body has to cope with the not only the travel, but just the social overwhelm. It's always a lot coming down to MSAC, and there are so many people around, but these swimmers, they're performing at such high levels whilst coping with all of that change. Truly is a remarkable thing.
Well, I mean, that's one of the good things that Swimming Victoria actually caters for, that level of overwhelmingness that can happen and occur at a pool where we've got 2 pools racing, so many people in the stands. We now have our quiet room. So this is the room dedicated to anyone who just wants that space. It is a pure Zen zone for all of our swimmers to utilise, and so a big shout out to SwimVic for organising and having our quiet room on offer for our athletes.
So touching the wall in a time of 58.86 was Ming Pang. In second, Eli Kerr 1:00.80, and in third, Jessica McDermott 1:06 flat. So some big times being posted. Of course, these athletes trying to make their way into the finals tonight, albeit we split athletes up according to gender, classification, all of those kinds of things. They're all fighting for points rather than you still want to get a great time, but it's a little more complex than that with multi-class swimming. So that was the second of our 4 heats. Of course, to help us out with the timing, Swimming Vic is using the Hawkeye technology at this meet, so it gives officials multi-angle camera views for accurate backup timing and fair calls, and be using it throughout the weekend. So great to be the first in the world to use this technology. So many innovations on this pool deck. And if you want to commemorate this occasion, Swim Merch is Swimming Victoria's official event merchandise provider. You can check out their range of high quality merchandise and accessories online or at their pop-up shop here at MSAC. Take a little memory home with you.
They actually have so much cool stuff. I don't know how many of you've had the opportunity to go upstairs and check it out, but their range is awesome, and they have all these little cute bag tags and things as well. So definitely go and have a look, because you might pick up some stuff yourself. I know I certainly have.
I'm keeping my eye out for some new Funketas.
We were just talking about how often we're making our way into the pool ourselves for training sessions. So I expect to see you there Monday morning, Han, as we take a look at our third heat of the 100-metre freestyle for our 12 to 18 years mixed multi-class. And Miles Parfit back in action once again. He's done some ripper heats this morning, being right on his personal best. He looks pretty relaxed out the front of this one.
Yeah, he came in with a qualifying time of 1:01.34. So tracking nicely now, that 50-metre split for Miles Parfit, 28.99. So nice body length and a half over his neighbour in Cooper Harrington.
Yeah, Cooper did a really good drop in his 200-metre freestyle. Came in with an entry time of 2:22, which he informed me didn't count because he was sick then, and so he knew he was going to drop. But not only did he drop, he took 10 seconds off in the final and went a 2:12. So he's been racing really well across this weekend. He'll touch behind Miles in a 1:02.8 as we see a few of our other athletes make their way onto the wall. Jaden Brooks out in lane 0, 1:19 for him. Alfred Hindle, 1:14 flat. We were just saying we don't see a lot of times that are .00, but we've got another one out of this heat.
So touching the wall in a time of 1:36.44 is Heidi Larson from the Bendigo Hawks. Just a 12-year-old shaping up against the 18-year-olds.
I'll wait till... Underway now with our fourth and final heat this morning for our multi-class swimmers in their 100-metre freestyle. And a pretty tight field we actually should be seeing, especially through the three athletes in the middle here, Gemma Cook, Molly Griffin and Blake Warren, 1:39, 1:36, 1:38. And we'll also be watching to see how young Sebastian Wilkins goes in lane 6. One of our 12-year-olds, so this will be his first swim at a state championship event. Comes in with a 150, but so far he's keeping pace with our leaders.
That's right, and you'd expect Sophie Death to be in the mix with Sebastian as well. She came in with a seed time of 1:52, so 2 seconds slower than Sebastian's. But as we're saying across the board, these swimmers, they've put in the work, and especially at the end of the short course season, so many training sessions have gone into perfecting this type of swimming. And of course, many of them will continue to the long course season, not too far away now. So nice way to cap off what is so many months of hard work here at the Victorian Age Championships.
Yeah, for most of the age group swimmers, this is going to be their ultimate race of the short course season. This is where you want to be able to showcase the work you've put in and to come away with those personal bests. For a few of our older athletes, maybe those 16 to 18 years, a couple of our 15-year-olds, they will be potentially having a crack at our state open short course championships, which are coming up next weekend. So it's a pretty quick turnaround between the two comps.
So touching the wall in first, Molly Griffin, a time of 35.65. Blake Warren, 1:39 flat. And third, Gemma Cook, 1:42.19.
And we're heat one of the girls, 17 to 18, 200 metres breaststroke. Should round out the 200 breaststrokes for this morning, I think.
We do have one more coming up.
We do have one more, okay.
We haven't seen our 15-year-olds yet.
Correct. And then we've got, funnily enough, we've got the 100 metres breaststroke from the 16-year-old girls right in between that. So
that one's going to feel so quick.
It's going to feel all breaststroke, and let's see what they can do. Heating out in the middle of the field, we've got Claudia Crazzo. She's had a bit of a weekend, has she not?
She certainly has. There are two Corrado sisters.
Thank you, that's very much.
So
Corrado.
we've seen them across the weekend racing, and it can be easy to think you just saw one of them in the water and then they're racing right again.
Well, that's just cheating, isn't it? All right, so she's going to touch in at the 75-metre mark. First, about half a body length behind her, Lucinda Draper. And I think Angelina Nugent is holding in there for third place. Looking pretty comfortable out there. What times are we looking for, do you think?
I think this one's going to be an interesting one because once again we only have two heats in our 17, 18-year-old girls. So, and especially we are missing lane 5, which opens up a free space into the final. Obviously a top-seeded swimmer choosing not to race this one. They've gone out well. They've certainly set the pace. They're not really holding back our leaders. So expect to see probably under 2:45s from a majority of the leaders. And I would like to hope that is the standard that it's going to take to be part of the final.
The age group for this one record is 2:22, which set way back in 2011. So that is a very quick time. I know at the 150 mark, and Claudia is still holding a lead out there, but not quite as much. Actually, Lucinda has just popped up and is ever so slightly. It's that thing where you're 1-in-1 stroke, which will come. It all becomes very important right at the end.
It'll all showcase itself on the final stroke, who can get the timing the best. It was Lucinda who had the fastest split through that previous 50. She was about 0.8 quicker, so she looks to be building through the race nicely, and she builds through on the underwaters. That's where a lot of the ground she's been making up has been occurring. As the girls come down under the flags for the finish, though, Claudia, once again, the swim component, she is probably a little bit faster, not quite enough, as Lucinda gets the touch, 2:38.85 ahead of Claudia, 2:39.00, and then Angelina at a 2:43. So they're the top three. So it will be a little bit slower to make the final unless we see some faster swims out of the second heat, which we potentially could. There's quite a few good breaststrokers here who have been swimming fast across the weekend.
But negative splits from the two front. So they definitely had more in the tank to go. So be a good swim tonight.
It certainly will be.
Our second heat underway for the 17 and 18-year-old girls in this 200-metre breaststroke. And as you just touched on, T, tight race if you want to get a final spot.
Absolutely, but it's not going to take. It's that timing of how much do I put in the morning? How much do I need to do to make the final? Or do I just go out? Because I'm at age groups, I'm 17 to 18, might be my last year. Do I just go all out and give it all I can?
Two 17-year-olds in the centre of the field, Amy Pruce and Memphis Johnson, lanes 3 and 4. At the moment, it's lane 5 leading the way in Salia White from Nunawading.
That's a nice turn there, and let's see if she's going to capitalise again on the pull-out. Yes, she is, ever so slightly ahead, and I feel like there's some whistling from the sidelines, so someone's getting some good pacing there.
You see coaches hanging on from both sides of the pool and on the pool deck as well. All
Absolutely.
angles trying to provide that amount of coaching and support and tactical advice as well.
I said it previous and I'll say it again, it actually can lift you. If you can catch a coach that's on the sideline really giving you the go-ahead, you know you're onto something good, and it does. Or you just put in that little bit extra that you find it in the reserves.
Can't quite be a Dean Boxall-esque sprinting the whole 25 from the upper pool deck. But down here, you often see coaches whistling, as you can hear, or waving with one arm. Sometimes if they can get squad mates involved as well,
Absolutely.
and if 3 people How much does that help, even in knowing that you've got a coach who's actively watching? Sometimes it puts pressure on young athletes, other times it's a measure of support.
Yeah, for me it was a real builder. Just like I said before, when you see that going, you know something good is coming. You know you're either close to it or you're going to hit the time or you're just about in the lead. You've just got to give that little bit more. You're right, some swimmers probably prefer just to swim their own race. I think people who do breaststroke probably because you can't see either side.
They spend a lot of time underwater as well, so happily not hearing anybody and not seeing anyone, just focusing on that black line. But right now they're in full focus, lanes 4, lane 5, Memphis Johnson and Salia White. So the 17 and 18-year-olds going head-to-head in the middle of the pool, but entering the contest, or not too far away from entering the contest, Ruby Kenda out of lane 6, Ivanhoe Swim. She's coming into it, lane 7. Very close to Grace Richards.
Sitting right on the lane, so I'm not sure if that's an advantage or not. Tends to be better to be in the middle of the lane, but it's working for her, so hey.
Do you think it's changing what she's doing with her arms as well? It looks like she's just brushed the lane rope or very close to.
Yeah.
So hitting the wall in the time of 2:44.76 is Memphis Johnson. In second, 2:45.82 the time for Salia White. And third, Grace Richards, 2:46.07.
It's a cruisy second heat just to make to the final, I think. And it's first heat now for the slightly shorter, the 100 metres breaststroke, the 16-year-old girls. This is actually one of my favourites as well here. And we've got in the middle lane, we've got Eve Lawrence here with the fastest seed time at 1:11. It would be good to see that a bit quicker, I think.
Yeah, I would love to see some of these girls really start to tackle that 1:10 mark and see if we could even push down maybe slightly under that. See if they can go close to it in the heats this morning. I do really find the breaststroke interesting because the technique differences between the 200 and the 100 again change. So we don't want to be holding as much of that glide out the front. It's almost like the moment you hit it, you want to be able to get straight into the next stroke.
Absolutely, and keep the strength in the legs up. It is Eve still out in the middle there. She's going to touch first the 75-metre mark. I think we're looking at still a 1:10 though, I think, yeah.
Yeah, even maybe a 1:11 depending on how quickly she can come home here. You'd want to see them probably hit the 33 on the first 50 to go closer to under the 1:10 mark. But it's a really nice swim nonetheless from Eve Lawrence. She will take the win here, 1:13.19. It will be Charisse Chan in second, 1:15.70. And then Kayla Welsh over in 2, touches in third place, 1:16.48 for her.
Off and moving for our second of 3 heats in the 16-year-old girls 100-metre breaststroke. Strong start from the middle of the pool. Looks like lane 5, Joanna Liu leading the way from Artemis.
Yeah, I think this is another name where I've seen popping up in a few extra finals this year compared to maybe last season. Joanne Liu doing such a great job, and she's really started this first 25 with a lot of power. She's got quite a little bit of a slower stroke rate that you maybe want to see in a 100, but she holds really good water. Beside her, Kayla enters, who has just touched in first in a very similar split to what we saw Eve go out in from the first heat. She's got that higher stroke rate going and probably sitting a little bit higher in the water there too.
Yeah, it is fascinating to look at those stroke rates in comparison to athletes. That contest between 4 and 5, as you mentioned, each with their own respective stroke rates, but still so close together they are. Not too far behind in third, Lily Chan out of Nunawading. So two Nunawading teammates in Chan and Enters next to each other in lanes 3 and 4. But right now, who's between each other in lane 4 and 5? Not a lot between them. 1:13.40 the time for Killer Enters and a time of 1:14.06 for Joanne Liu in lane 5. Touching third, Lily Chan, 1:16.02. To our final heat in the girls' 16-year-old 100-metre breaststroke. We've got really tight contest here shaping up in the far half of the pool. Nice touch on the wall for Vera Zeng.
Indeed. I mean, I still think that we'll keep an eye on Vera Zeng, who's in the middle of the pool. Cassandra Bisocho, she's also giving out. Well, she's just slightly touched out now by Isabel Neeson, who's having... This is a really fast stroke rate here. She's really winding up into it.
Absolutely. You see them bob up and down almost in sync, lanes 4 and lane 6. So Zeng and Neeson, the head-to-head battle, they're sandwiching Cassandra Biscoccio in lane 5. So we'll see if she can lift her rate. Certainly calls from the pool deck for the swimmers to do so.
Yeah, I think Cassandra just needs to get over the top. Her style, she just needs to get over the top of that water a little bit more, and you can sort of see her doing that. But it's definitely Vera who has the better pull-out underwater.
So here she is coming into the race, Biscoccio. She's doing nicely, sitting second. Can she sneak home? It's all about the time, folks, from this third heat. Will they make the final tonight? Vera Zeng will make a time of 1:14.51. Cassandra Biscoccio, 1:14.85. And in third, Isabel Neeson, 1:15.44.
And we are in heat 1 of the 15-year-old 200 metres breaststroke. We're back to the 200 metres breaststroke now as well. This will be our last 200 metres breaststroke before we head into the 1,500 metres as well this afternoon. This morning, actually. Actually, no, we are in the afternoon and we're running pretty well to time.
We've just hit the afternoon. It still feels like the morning. I felt like this one's actually gone pretty quickly compared to some of the other sessions we've had across the weekend. It must be my brilliant company that I've shared the mic with. Just a note, if you do have swimmers racing in the 1,500, we have had a slight change to our up-and-coming schedule. Initially, all the 1500s were going to be running here in the Horton pool. We have now moved heat number 2 across to the McConnell pool. So 1 and 3 will be swam in this pool if you're watching this live stream. If you have a swimmer in the second one, you will need to tune in to the McConnell pool live stream for that one.
And it's shaping up. We actually had a few people pulled out of this first heat here. Maybe they've headed home to get ready for school early. But right out in front, Lucy Ma has it all her own way with a nice little stroke there in the front. But it's second and third. So Lucy Ma is going to turn at the 100-metre mark on a 1:15. Her seated time is a 2:41. That's a really good start. And second and third, two on a 1:19, Taryn Eldred and Renee Lister.
Yeah, so interesting. Lucy Ma comes in under a 2:30 and is so far out in front already, looking very relaxed. I just want to compare that to the record that we saw set 2 years ago in this event by none other than Lily Kosh. It is a 2:21.
So fast.
That is just, imagine
so
someone another 10 metres in front. That's the kind of dominance we've seen across some of our breaststrokers in our young Victorian athletes. And A conversation that I was having just at lunch yesterday about the depth in breaststroke within Victoria. It has to be one of our pet events. You know, currently we've got Sam Williamson, just so elite on the world stage now, and that comes from having this long line of breaststrokers before him that have pushed him along to that point.
Well, Lily Koch, 220, 221, that's got to be world stage as well. Too. That's what I was going to say before in the 100 breaststroke. If you start getting under that 110 time, you start to really make yourself really competitive across the board. Anyway, we're coming up to our last 10 metres here, and it's been Lucy Ma the whole way. I'm sorry, I was incorrect. She has a seated time of 2:29, and now she's going to touch in for a 2:36. So a very relaxed swim, I think, for her. She looked great. I think she's got more in it for this evening for the final. And then second, Renee Lister, 2:42. And Taryn Aldred, 2:43. They've set the times that you need to beat to make that final.
Underway in our 15-year-old 200-metre breaststroke, our second heat. So here the girls go. Lane 4 putting in some nice pace, Lucy Reid.
It's a great start from Vivian V on 0.45 seconds. It's a really quick start there. See if she can hold that, but no. That's exactly right. It's all pretty close here across the lanes 1, 2, 3, 4 and 5.
Absolutely. So making the most of their glides they are, especially, again, Lucy Reid. She does well. So she does so well, it's actually a dead heat for that first 50 split. 35.93 for both Lucy Reid and Amelia Grover.
And Lucy comes in with a seated time of 2:36. So a little bit slower than Lucy Ma. Could be the two Lucys in the middle of the pool, though, tonight.
Be a question of which one at this stage, almost identical halfway through that lap. Right now, it's the back end who will be separated.
Yeah, absolutely. I'm just looking at really nice, strong strokes, really strong underwater there, actually, from Amelia. So she can hold this pace. I think I'm backing Amelia, maybe. Let's see what happens here on the pull-out. Yep. No, Lucy's still got slight advantage.
So here they bob. It was in alternating fashion, but now that stroke rate coming in sync.
It'll still be pretty much at the same.
Chase for third. Might close up now. Doing well in lane 3 is Maisie Graves from Nunawading. Still, I'm mesmerised by this battle of the inner lanes.
Well, I might have spoken to it's too early because Lucy Reid is now just, oh no. Again, as soon as I say it, Amelia pulls back. They are really 1 for 1. Let's see who touches first at the 150 mark.
The split time, 1:56.52. Only 0.4 of a second separating Lucy Reid and Amelia Grover. So the split, from that third 50, both sub 41. Again, 0.4 of a second separating them. So really close. This is going to be a tremendous last lap.
It's still important to mention the other swimmers because it is only 3 heats this morning in the 15-year-old 200 metres freestyle. So there's still a chance, even if on the outside, to make that final.
Absolutely. As we watch that 1-2 battle culminate in a heat win to Lucy Reid, 2:37.78 her time. Amelia Grover, 2:38.66. Now touching third, Maisie Graves, 2:44.50. And the rest of the field coming in. Nice head-to-head battle from the outer lanes. Fourth and fifth, Kathy Kay and Mia Mitchell. Touching sixth, Vivian Van. And now in seventh, Hannah Prides.
I want to point out that a negative split there for Maisie Graves in that last 50. So they may have pulled back a little bit. It's going to be a good swim tonight.
Heat 3 of 3 underway for our girls 15-year-olds, 200-metre breaststroke. As we thank T for her hard work on commentary this morning. You've been brilliant. We love having you here at Swimming Victoria. All of the best with your afternoon.
Absolutely. It's been a fun one. We've only got a few races remaining here out of the Horton pool. This one, the last heat of the 200 breaststroke for the 15-year-old girls before we switch speeds entirely and move our way into our 1500s, our timed final event. So we get to witness the fastest, the top 10 athletes swimming out of that first heat, racing for the medals, which are up for grabs soon.
I think these swimmers will be looking for some medals. Certainly a win in this heat. Lanes 4 and 5, Miller Abley and Charlotte Kelly going head-to-head, reminiscent of the heat we just watched where it was real ding-dong battle in 4 and 5. Nice chase for third place at the moment from 3 different lanes. So shaping up to be a good head-to-head race, this one.
Yeah, it's always good when you have someone who wants to go out with the same speed as you. Miller, she really likes to front end these 200s, so we need to see her hitting that speed early on, and then we know she'll have the ability to try and hold on from there. I found that if she holds back in the first half, she's still going to split the same time in the second 100, so she does need to try and push through. And a 1:16, that's a pretty good pace to go out in. It's great to see Charlotte Kelly going with her on entry time, so there's about 2 seconds between them, but having that person to push you along so you don't have to do it all by yourself out in front always kind of actually makes the swim a little bit easier in some ways.
So in that second 50, there was only 1 second which separated their split times. Now, Miller Abley, 41.87 she did for that third 50. Charlotte Kelly, 42.39. So still narrowing to half a second between them in that 50-metre length.
Yeah, but the real big mover and shaker in that one was Catherine Andres out of lane 3. She actually picked up her pace through the third 50, which is pretty challenging to try and do. So quicker split in the field as well. She actually hit a 40 there, and we'll see if she can continue to close that gap set by our 2 leaders early on. She's made up a lot of ground on Charlotte Kelly.
So it's a pack of 3 now. You think with unbeatable pace will be Miller Abley. 2:43.1 her time, but Catherine Andreas rewarded for that hard work, 2:42.16, and Charlotte Kelly in third, 2:42.83.
So we could see a pretty nice final on our hands in this one later on this evening when we come back at 5 o'clock. So this is it, the big one of the morning, the mixed 15 to 18 years of 1,500-metre freestyle. Your top 10 seeded athletes are swimming right now in the Horton pool. We do separate a few of these age groups for our medals today, so you will see medals for our 15-year-olds, individual medals for the 16-year-olds, and then it is a combined age group in the 17-18 years, which is what we'll see out of the centre lanes, lane 3, 4 and 5. All three of those boys 17 years of age, and quite a few of them picked up the medals out of the 800 metre that we saw on Friday. Gosh, that was a close one. 3 athletes, I think it was, came in at 8:23. So some very solid performances in our distance events. As we go through the first 100 metres, and it's Oliver McCormack leading the way, sub-minute, 59.18. Hot on his heels is Marley Sutherland, also under the sub-60 mark, 59.89. And then sitting in third place early on here, Edward Pollard over in lane 0, 100.83. So during our 1500 metre event, I am joined by one of our UNCLOUD swimmer ambassadors in Sam Welsh. Now, Sam, I love chatting to you. I love your focus and energy that you bring to racing. You've had a pretty reasonably sized competition across the last few days, including picking up a couple of medals. Do you want to talk to me about what you've done over the last 2 nights of competition?
Well, thank you, Carlia. Lovely to be here, and hello, listeners. I've had the 200 freestyle today, one of my favourites. I was racing Ollie McCormack and Owen Kruger in that race, and there's going to be quite a lineup for the finals tonight, and I'm looking forward to it a lot. I had the 100 yesterday, which went well. That's always a fun one, a bit shorter, doesn't hurt as much. And I haven't done anything else apart from that. A few relays, which are fun, but I think I'm taking it easier than usual.
Well, it's always good when you start to get that little bit older, more mature, having more of a funnel in the events that you're really honing in on, and you have that ability to really focus on those. What's your preparation look like in the lead up to these state age championships?
Yeah, well, I think I'll say firstly, preparation's a bit hard in year 12. So many sacks and studying going on, but I've done my best at Camberwell, and Matt's taken care of me, the coach. We do 100 paces on the Mondays and Saturdays, and 200 on the Wednesdays and Tuesdays. I've been convinced to do more aerobic, which isn't my favourite. I'm sure most swimmers don't enjoy the aerobic. We only want to do the 425s on the 5 minutes. But I think that's been a struggle for me to do the repeat 50s, do the longer efforts. But I'm hoping that it'll pay off tonight in the final for the 200. I'm excited to see.
Yeah, well, you said that you did a little bit more of a heat swim. Can you talk to me about what that means? Obviously, a couple of our events, like the one we're seeing in the water at the moment, that's a timed final. So these guys are obviously going to be going absolutely hammer and tong, putting in their best effort. For someone like you who comes in with maybe a higher seeded time, you do have that ability to maybe ease back and cruise through. How do you maybe perhaps balance between putting together a solid swim and maybe practicing some skills or whatnot for the night, but not missing out on the final either?
No, definitely. It'd be such a waste to heat swim it too much and miss the final. But yeah, I definitely have more of an anaerobic factor in my races. So that's quite a struggle to factor that in, because I can't go 100% in both the heat and final. The swim this morning, my coach told me that the race plan would be, let's swim the first 100 like it's the final, maybe even a bit more, and then we can flow it from there for the second 100. And that's what I tried to do. It ended up being a 75 hard at the start because I was a bit eager to back it off. But that'll hopefully set me up for having practiced the right skills and strokes in the first 100, and then the final will just be seeing if I can hold on for the end, hold on for dear life.
And speaking of setting up a race really nicely here, just taking a look into our 1500-metre final, and Oliver McCormack goes through at the 500-metre point, so a third of the way through. He's got a comfortable lead now of around 6 seconds ahead of Miley Sutherland, who held on quite nicely and looks to be picking up a little bit of speed. He's just done a slightly faster split in that previous 50. It's really, really close now between lanes 5 and 6, who are breathing towards one another, Cody said and William Bryan. There's only 0.2 that separated those two at the 500-metre mark. Now, I do have some pretty big questions to ask you, Sam. Can you talk to me about what being a swimmer means to you?
Yeah, definitely. Well, I think it's a community, first of all. We had swimmers from Camberwell coming in just to support. They didn't even have races, but they just came in to be around everyone, support people. So I'd say there's so many friendships and connections as being a swimmer. I'd say as well, it's just an outlet. I'm in year 12 at the moment, so I got tests and SACs every week. But being able to go to training and seeing people that I enjoy to swim with and just have something to let everything out and something that clears my head, that's important to me, and that's what makes me want to be a swimmer.
Well, speaking of having a clear head and a clear mind, you are one of our UNCLOUD swimming ambassadors. Can you talk to me about how important it is to be able to breathe easily and utilise your lung capacity as an athlete?
Yeah, of course. I think I'd start off by saying, you know, in races like this where you get up behind the blocks, you want to be as confident as you can. You put in work in the early mornings and late nights, and you want to have the confidence in yourself and in your body that you can do what you want to do and you can do what you're capable of. And that means making healthy decisions. You know, it's more than just the training. It's not just elite behaviours, but it's elite choices as well. And you've got to be taking care of your body and you've got to be looking after yourself.
So can you tell me why staying vape-free is important to you?
Yeah, of course. Well, I haven't struggled with it personally because the people that I'm around, we share the same goals and beliefs, and we prioritise the performance end because that's what we're here to do and that's what we enjoy. But for me as well, just having the confidence when I get behind the block that I've done everything right and I have confidence in my own body and my own lungs that they're healthy and I can do what I believe I'm capable of. And yeah, choosing not to just gives me that extra confidence, I'd say.
Oh, I agree entirely. And we are so lucky to be supported by such a good community within
100%.
our swimming and our swimming teams. And the teams that range from not only the athletes who are competing across these championships, but like you said, the teammates who come in to support you, the people who you see at training every day, and then those people that surround you and support you in your life outside of the swimming team as well. What kind of risk or what would you be risking if you were to start vaping?
No, definitely. Well, I'd be wasting a lot of time, first off. I mean, I don't want to get up at 6 o'clock, 5 o'clock in the morning. I'm sure my dad doesn't want to have to drive me. But to put in all those hours and all that effort, and then just to have it jeopardised or ruined by unhealthy choices, that's what I'd be giving up if I did fall in and make unhealthy decisions. So I guess it would just be to, you know, figure out where my priorities lie. And I think it's clear my priorities lie in my swimming, and that's why I would choose to stay healthy.
Now, you talk about your priorities, obviously lying within your swimming, but you are completing Year 12 this year, which is certainly a big juggle, and particularly this time of the year, we are coming into that exam period.
Very scary, yes. Don't remind me.
Well, I'll try not to remind you too much, but how have you gone with your preparation throughout the year? Obviously, you know when the exam time is coming up, and what kind of balances or substitutions have you made to your training schedule to kind of cater for that? Because obviously, we want you to be swimming your best, but we also want you to do the best that you possibly can throughout your schooling.
No, it's definitely tricky, and I can't say I've got it fully worked out. I don't think anybody does in swimming community or further sports. It's very difficult, but I'd say trying to make them not separated. I study at school, that can be stressful, so when I get home and just to help myself reset, going to training and getting a good session in, that definitely helps to come back the next day and keep the practice exams going. and just switching the balance when needed, I'd say. I've switched the balance more towards my training, just in preparation for the UNCLOUD State Championships. But after this, it might have to go back to more of exam focus. I got about 55 days, not that I'm counting to my English exam. So I have to shift the balance more towards focusing on that, yeah.
So as we have a little quick look back in the pool, we've seen Oliver McCormack continue to just extend this lead over the field. He hits the 1,000-metre mark now with a 12-second buffer between himself and Marley Sutherland. Both of them have just dropped a little bit off those times they were holding earlier on. Ollie slipping into the 32-second mark. Marley just flicking over into the 33s now. Having a little bit of movement from some of the outsiders here. Just seen some pickups in speed. In particular, Edward Pollard just cracked a 33 split in that one, moving himself into that 5th place spot. So a little bit of movement from the outside, but our leaders remaining the same in our 1,500. Keep your eye on a few of these boys. So a couple of those different age groups once again. In the 15-year-olds, Edward Pollard, Angus Goodison out of this first timed final. Then our 16-year-olds, we've got one of our female swimmers in this pool right now, and that is Erika Adenko. She's the only female to have made the top 10, so she'll be really setting the standard in this one. As I've just seen Ollie take a quick look up at how many laps he has left to go. It is a tricky one to try and count our 1,500-metre short course. 60 laps is a pretty long way. Now, I can't imagine you've been swimming many 1,500s, Sam.
Not at all.
But you have said that you have increased a little bit of your aerobic work at training. Talk to me about the differences between an event like a 1,500 and maybe like a 100 and a 200 freestyle.
Yeah, well, I'll say I've been pretty stubborn. I only want to do the 50s and 100s, you know. They're a lot more fun in my mind, but my coach has been pushing me more towards the longer distance. I don't ever see myself doing a 1,500. Oliver's doing an amazing job right now to hold on and count his laps. The furthest I've gone is a 400 at Karratha for Victorian Tri-Series, and that was a struggle for me, just the 400. So I have the utmost respect for all our 1,500 swimmers in the water at the moment.
Now, can you talk to me? We have swims across our careers and across competitions. Some may be good, but then there's those standout performances that maybe we'll look at or look back upon at great swims. To you, what do you think the difference or what separates the good from the great?
Yeah, definitely. Well, separate the good swimmers from the great swimmers, I think. My dad says to me a lot that sometimes the bad swims that you have, you're under your PB, you didn't hit your race plan, they're usually more memorable. You can learn more from those swims as opposed to if you just get everything right. Myself, I want to be looking more long-term on my swimming journey. So the races where I really stuff it up and don't get it right, that can be incredibly useful and more so useful than if I got everything right. So to separate the good from the great swimmers, just the ability to take a step back and be open-minded and learn what you need to from the race without getting overly upset and blocking yourself up from improving.
Yeah, I think one of my favourite quotes, and one that I've probably been using a little bit more often lately to my swimmers, and I think every coach has one, you know, you've heard it from this particular coach over and over and over, and at some point it might set in, but my favourite currently is there's no bad days, only bad attitudes. And that is, you can always always take something away from it. There's no bad swim, only a bad attitude. There's no bad days, only a bad attitude. It's always the way you look at it and the way you frame it. If you come out of it and you have all that negativity, what are you going to take away from it? Probably not a lot. If you look at it and go, okay, it wasn't the best. What was good? What did I do that there has to be something good. There's no such thing as a race that falls apart from start to finish in every single aspect or element.
100%.
So, yeah, I love that you look at it that way.
Yeah.
The good swimmers are the ones that have that. The great swimmers are the ones that have that ability to reset and refocus. As we tune in now, 100 metres left to swim for Oliver McCormack. The middle of this race looked pretty challenging for him. You can just see the way he was turning around onto those walls. A lot of power as he hits the touchpad there to get an explosive push-off, using that efficiency of being able to hold a glide rather than waste that energy on the underwaters. He gets that beautiful sound of the whistle. No sweeter than that in a 1500 where you know there is only 50 metres remaining. He has increased his speed throughout the last few 50s. He's switching it on. This has been certainly a showcase. It's going to be a good time for Ollie as he turns for home. He came into this one an entry time under the 16 minutes of 15:59. It's going to be well under that speed. We'll come down to touch. The time, 15:46.06 for Oliver McCormack. He did it tough. He pushed hard from the very beginning, and it was a brilliant swim. He makes his way down the final 10 metres. It's our Ballarat gold swimmer, Marley Sutherland, in that second place spot, and he'll come into touch. A nice personal best for him as well. Came in at a 16:20s, dropped 12, 16.08. Cody Said sitting in the third place spot ahead of Angus Goodison, with Ed Pollard hot on his heels. Those two are going to be close. The 15-year-olds are racing for what would be a gold medal position for those two. We do need to keep in mind that we'll have two more timed finals in this one. Cody touching 16:37. Angus maybe too good for Edward. They had massive last 50s there, sub 30. Some of the only athletes in the pool to do that. Ollie McCormack was even a little bit slower than Angus Goodison, so potentially a little bit more in the tank for him next time he races this one. 16:42 will be the standard for the 15-year-olds, and 16:42.47 sitting in second place currently. Few athletes left in this one, but they're all making their way down now for the final 25 metres. Jesse Pratt, 17:13. Tommy Golding into the wall, 17:20. And then Erika over in lane 2. Keep an eye on her. As we said, our only female in the water in this one sets the pace at a 17:30.58. So our next race to be swam out of this pool will be our third heat of our timed final in the mixed 15 to 18 years 1500 metre. And across in the other pool, they're on their final heat of the 800, and then heat 2 will be starting as soon as those guys have finished. So both pools should be finishing at a pretty similar time here. It's now the afternoon, but we did start this morning. I am joined by Sam Welsh, one of our UNCLOUD swimmer ambassadors for this season. We've been chatting about the harmful effects of vaping and just swimming in general, really, the ability of our athletes across the weekend to perform over and over heats and finals across 3 days. Now, Sam, I actually don't know the answer to this question. We do have our State Open Championships coming up next weekend. Are you going to be racing at that one, or was the focus mainly on age this year?
No, as I said before, I think the balance will have to shift being in year 12. So state age will be my only one until for the rest of the year, maybe. But I should still come and watch the Open Championships. Very entertaining competition, a lot of competition there, and I'll be excited to see what happens there.
And I'm sure you've got plenty of teammates who will be contesting at State Open Championships. Is there anyone in particular, maybe from your club or even any other clubs, that you might be keen to watch race?
One of my friends from training, Hugh Cran, we've lost him. He's too old for our age relays and age competitions, but I want to come in and watch him. He's been training like a monster now. He's in uni for the 50 and 100 breaststroke. I'm very excited to support him. Yeah,
his progression over the last few years has really been quite almost entertaining to watch because he's so casual before his swims. He'll roll in. He doesn't look like he's even, prepared, but that is his preparation almost. He has to be relaxed and then just comes out with some absolutely brilliant races. Picked up a national medal, I believe, was it last year, potentially, in what was the 50
breaststroke.
50 breaststroke. Yes. So I think he's always a good one to see race.
He's been training the house down, so he has the chance to get up behind the blocks and just know he's put in the work. and he's done it. So I'd imagine that he wouldn't be too nervous going up. But he looks like he's just on a stroll for the park.
Well, I'm keen to see what Hugh can produce next weekend as well. He'll be racing some of the best across our state open swimmers for our Victorian Open Short Course Championships. That is next weekend right here at Melbourne Sports Centre as well. Not quite as exciting maybe in some ways because we only have the one pool going next weekend. The two pools, how do you find that racing across this weekend? We're one of the only places in the whole world to run simultaneous competitions at once with our Horton pool and our McConnell pool. What's that like as an athlete?
No, it's as long as it's communicated by the coaches. We had a few people going to the wrong pools in their races, but I think personally I appreciate it. I'm a believer that for the warm-ups, I don't like doing my warm-ups in the competition pool. I think they should be really separated, just as a mental sort of shift. So having my finals in the Horton pool here where we are, and heats and warm-ups in the McConnell pool, I think that's helped me just mentally to separate the two and put a difference between race mindset and warm-up or heat mindset.
I always found it really interesting, in particular for athletes who train out of the pools that we race in. I know for a short period I trained out of this Melbourne Sports and Aquatics Centre, and it was always a really weird feeling on race day walking in. I think the only helpful factor is that, I mean, we almost get dressed up in the centre. We've got some beautiful signage all around the location, and that does help that shift. It does look a little bit different, and it changes that mentality that isn't just another day at training. Because the last thing you want to do is dive in, especially for a race like our 1500, and fall into that training mode. We'll take a look in at our 1500 metre swimmers out of our third timed final, and this one made up by a full heat of our female swimmers. So our age groups across this one, still quite mixed. We've got Piper Hall, who's just 15 years of age. India, 15 as well. Hope Christian out of lane 5, she's 15. Then we have Alice Sharp, one of our 18-year-olds, so she'll be racing in that 17-18-year age group. And then Madeline Regalado-Jones from PLC out of lane 7. She's 15 too, so most of these girls are 15, and they are going to be going up against one another directly. And if I take a quick look at what's happening across in the other pool, there are no other 15-year-olds, so our 15-year-old winners will be determined from this third-timed final. Leading the way so far is Hope Christian. She's done some good improvements across the weekend. She'll take us through the first 400 metres with almost a body length lead ahead of Alice Sharp and India Condon, who are pretty close together but are in different age groups. So coming up to this 400 metre turn, it will be Hope. Goes through 4:46, be comfortable. Ella 4:48, and India also sneaking into that 4:48 mark. The girls on the outside, there wasn't really anything separating them, only 7 100ths, which is just the touch of those toes onto the touchpad. 4:54.97 for Piper Hall, and then lane 7, 4:55.04 for Madeline. Just talk to me, Sam, about the differences between our short course racing and our long course. For anyone who maybe is just tuning in to watch maybe their friends or a few of their family members, it's a question I often get asked, but how do you differentiate what is the SC versus the LC?
Well, I think it's interesting that you're only changing the length of the pool and the laps, but the result can be so much different. I found myself, maybe it's just the time of the year that it happens, but I always perform so much better in short course, just relatively and with placings. I think when the laps are increased so much, you're doing so much more turns and underwaters. The skills elements of the races just become so much more of a focus and something that differentiates the placings. In a 1500 like this, so many turns and underwaters, it can be really a real difference in the athletes. Just a half second here and there can accumulate and add up and really make the difference. But I'll say that I very much enjoy short course a lot more than long course. It can be very daunting looking down such a long way.
It certainly can. I think the hardest part in these 1500s is probably the point when you're standing behind the block before the race. You look up the pool and you just see 59 on the lap counters, because when you hit the first turn, you have 59 laps to go. I actually prefer myself, and I probably recommend that if you are swimming a 1500 short course for one of the first times, don't look at the lap counters. Count it yourself from the start. Break it down into smaller increments. I do love a little bit of an argument almost on the way to break this down, because I know a lot of people do break it into the 3-500s. It's probably the simplest way to break it up. I personally always went with the approach of breaking this one into 3-400s to begin with, because a 400 is a distance that we race competitively, so you know how far off maybe your personal best you need to be for each of those 400s. Now, yes, I do know that is only 1,200 metres. The last 300, I do 3 100s descend. And I think that's a great way of replicating sessions that we almost do in training for our swimmers. I'm sure you've done a few sets over the years with maybe 3 100s descend at the end, that last one, fast one attitude, but you always want to be building through a race like this.
No, all the time. The 3-1s do scare me a bit. We're doing right at the end of a 31 cert or lactate, so not happy memories associated with those. But no, I definitely agree. I think that the most important part of the race could be the start or the middle, but that last bit, that's where you just want to build and leave everything out on the table. And that's almost the easiest bit for a lot of athletes, is just putting it out. But like you said, the focus might be on the middle bit, splitting into shorter segments and just trying to save yourself in that.
How important do you think the lane placing is for you in particular? Maybe you told me that you're heading into tonight's 200 final ranked in 4th place spot. Does that play any big part on where you are, or should I say where you are, does that play the part in where you want to be? Is there somewhere in the pool that you prefer, maybe a special lane, or just would you rather be out on the outside where no one's going to see you, or do you want to be in the action?
No, I definitely think in the action. I don't think being in any particular lane makes a difference, but having people around you who are going to push you and you're going to compete with, that makes all the difference in the world. My last few years of state age and state champs, I've always had the trio of myself, Tian Berger and George Huang. We've all raced against each other, and very usually we've been in lanes 3, 4 and 5, or 4, 5 and 6. And just being able to pace each other and work off each other, that's been the most fun part of racing and competing. And I definitely say that it's pushed me to get better times. Just seeing them that tiny bit ahead, it makes you want to push just that 5% more, even if it's going to hurt more at the back end. So no, I'm a believer that where you are in the lane doesn't matter, but it's who's around you, because as swimmers, we're all very naturally competitive. That's what drives us to the pool.
I don't think you can participate in sport at this level and not be competitive, would you say?
No, definitely not. And you have to be competitive, but enjoy that competitiveness and enjoy the work and coming in and knowing that you've earned it and building that confidence in your training. I think that's what makes great athletes and makes athletes want to continue at long term.
Now, earlier you spoke about how surrounding yourself with these elite-minded people has really helped you in your pursuit of greatness and avoiding those negative elements of your health and well-being, such as vaping, getting caught in the wrong crowds and things like that. Would you say that you carry a lot of your friendships from what you do in sport through to life outside of the pool?
100%. There's the old saying, you are who you surround yourself with. I'd say that my training partners are some of my closest friends, just because we share the same priorities and goals. And because of that, we have very similar actions and behaviours and choices. We all want to take care of ourselves. We're all going to bed early, probably because the coach flogged us with a hard session. But we all want to take care of ourselves, and yeah, we just focus on what clears our mind and helps us. And yeah, that's not going to be vaping. That's going to be taking care of your body and giving yourself the confidence and eating right, sleeping well, and just doing everything you can to maximise your confidence behind the block and make it more enjoyable and easy for yourself when you get up there.
So checking in on our third time final of the 1500, and that lead set early on by Hope Christian has just been eaten away at 25 after 25 here by India Condon. She came in with the fastest seed time out of this one, and she's pulled up right alongside Hope and is just starting to make a little bit more of a move throughout this 50 to try and extend a lead. She was 0.05 behind. She looks like she will get on the wall in front now. She's going about 0.8 quicker per 50 here, so really starting to lift through the second half of this 1500, which is a bit of a challenge to try and do, especially you can fall so easily into that similar pace lap by lap, and having that mental stamina almost to really lift in the second half. It's great to see India just starting to pull away here. Now Hope has to do the work to try and stick with her, because it's a lot easier to try and stay on someone's feet and with them, and if you lose them, trying to make up that ground just is so much more of a challenge. Now, Sam, you focus more. You said you love the 50 and the 100, obviously extending out to the 200 tonight. I had a conversation with one of my commentators earlier today that I'm not sure anyone's race is necessarily the 200 free. We tend to see more either people coming down to it from the 400 or up to it from the 100. What are your thoughts on that?
No, I definitely agree. The 200's such an awkward distance, an awkward race. I'm someone who's come up from the 50 and the 100. I did my first 200 not that long ago. I've come up, and that's been very difficult with someone who does not have the aerobic at all to make the distance. But I think that's what my coach has been telling me, that with some 400 practice and coming down from the 400 to 200, that could benefit the race, and that could be a key to improve. I found in my races as well that in the 200 especially, there can be sometimes that mental block. You want to go out and make it easier for yourself, but you really can't if you're going for a PB. I've never done a 1500, nor do I plan to do a 1500, but I imagine for our athletes that there would be that mental block at the start of the race. They want to save themselves and not hurt too much, but that's not what the sport's about. It's not about avoiding that pain. It's always going to hurt. You just got to go out there.
And learn to love it, really.
Learn to love it, yeah.
I think, personally, I've always found the 200 freestyle to actually be the most challenging event on the program, and you'll have plenty of people who are going to be up in arms about this comment, but it really has become almost a sprint. But it's nearly 2 minutes of sprinting.
Yeah.
That's almost physically impossible. But that's the way we're pushing, especially within the sport at an elite and an international level, is there's not a lot of room to hold back anymore. You're seeing athletes who are really pushing pretty close to some of those 50-metre times or 100-metre splits in the first half of the race.
No, I'm with you 100%. When I was younger, racing in my 12 to 13-year-old days, the 100 freestyle used to be such a race-planned event and such a organised event. Go out in a certain rating, save yourself for the back end. But now that I'm older with a bit more training, it's just a sprint the whole way. And I imagine as I continue to train that the 200 may become closer to that as well, just a hold on for dear life and push it the whole way, like you say.
It's an approach that I just love as well. Anyone that's got that attitude of, well, you know, whatever happens, happens, and they just chase after it. I mean, you've got to respect that.
No, you do. It's part of the love for the sport, and it's fun just blitzing ahead and being ahead of everyone. I've done it a few times, but then they catch up at the end, so there definitely has to be that balance.
Are you willing to share your race plan for tonight, or is that tightly sealed up, the secrets, the secrets of Sam Welsh?
No, not at all. Well, the heat this morning was just supposed to be a practicing of the first half. I want to go out after it. Being someone who's coming up from the 100 into the 200, I need to be able to utilise my strength of just that anaerobic base and the raw speed. Oliver McCormack just raced his 1500. He is such an amazing endurance athlete, and we'll be racing against each other. So he's coming more from the angle of coming down to the 200. He's more likely going to be much more consistent than I am, and probably won't die off as much as I will. So I guess my best chance and my best strategy would be to lift it at the start, use that speed, and just be smart about it, I guess.
Well, as we make our way through to the final laps coming up in our last time final for the heat session this morning, on day 3 of our 26-27 UNCLOUD Victorian State Age Short Course Championships. We will check back into the pool with the girls. I wanted to say a massive thank you to Sam Welsh, our UNCLOUD ambassador for Swimming Victoria, for your time this morning. We appreciate you answering all of those questions. They weren't easy. I put you under the pump here massively, but I do wish you the absolute best of luck in tonight's final, and I hope you walk away with a great swim, a great personal best, and maybe even a medal.
Thank you, Carla. It's been very fun. Such an honour to be here. Thank you.
So we take a look at what's happening in the pool now, and India just continues to hold those 36s throughout the last few 50s remaining here. She has 5 laps left to swim, and it's been a really well-timed performance from her. She's sitting really nicely. She stayed pretty well in the centre of the lane, which can also be an issue for a few of our athletes to fall into that training habit of sticking to the left. She goes around now, 100 metres left to swim. She will be followed onto the wall by Hope Christian in lane 5, who is trying to pick up speed now with 100 metres remaining. She's just gone a little bit faster in that 50. And we move out to lanes 6 and 7, followed by lane 2. Ella Sharp, she's picking up speed. Might be a little bit too late as our leader. Here's the sweet sound of the whistle signifying 50 metres left to swim. That whistle, what it means is the next time you hit that wall, you need to touch it with your hand because you will be completing the race. That's probably the biggest difference in a 1500 between short course and long course. The whistle means 100 metres left, whereas the whistle in short course means 50 metres to go. Giving it her absolute all here. India came in with an entry time of 18 minutes, 21.84. She's going to be beautifully under that. Over 10 seconds off her entry, 18:10.90. Hope really picked up through the final 50 to make her way onto touch at an 18:23. She's dropped 15. These girls just smashing it out on day 3 as Ella now under the flags here to complete her 1500 metres, 60 laps of grueling freestyle in 18:37. She's dropped 10. Can we get a full field of personal best? Madeline now heading for home out of lane 7. 19:01 was her entry time. She's dropped 12. Piper Hall, the only remaining swimmer, she is going to be just over her entry time, but an impressive effort nonetheless just to go the distance. Just over the 19-minute mark at 19:01.19. And that concludes our heats session this morning, session number 5. In the Horton pool, we are ready to welcome you back later on today for our final night of finals, kicking off at 5 p.m. sharp. See you there.